What's up, everyone? It's Coach Tony here, and we are live. I just want to check in, make sure everything is good here. If you can hear me, say yes in the comments, so I can make sure everything's good to go. If not, I gotta make some last minute changes. It's been a wild morning so far. I've been up since 4 in the morning Pacific time, getting everything ready as well too. So if your audio works, let me know in the comments. Lots of people here in the morning. Good job, everyone. Rock stars for being here in the first place. Hello, Sophia. Is that Kaustam? At Via, Charmy, Kimberly, Nikhil, Emil, Therese, Glossy, Rubao, Tanishka, Majori, Hanan, Tiffany, Hanan. I said that right. That's twice. And everyone, fantastic. Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Happy March 6th, or maybe different time zone wherever you're at. If you're watching sometime else as well too. So welcome, welcome. You are here at the High School Advantage. This is going to be an epic day, 6 hours of powerful knowledge bombs for you, things to learn, things for you to implement so you can succeed in high school. The theme of this event is the roadmap to success. So every single learning session this whole weekend has been curated personally just for everyone based off your feedback, based off the questionnaires we've been sending out and everything. This event, hopefully perfect for everyone as well too. We did our best to encompass everything that everyone has wanted to make this the most best epic high school virtual conference ever as well too. So first off, welcome everyone for being here on time as well too. You all are super rock stars. Let me go ahead and test this and make sure it works. It works. This is, well, if you haven't met me, this is your first time meeting me. Welcome. My name is Coach Tony. Yeah, that's me. Boop. That's me being fancy at an event. I spoke at the largest, one of the largest educational conferences in the world. So they invited me to speak, and that was a really cool action shot they got me. So that's pretty cool. All right. So first off, welcome to the event. Today, or in this first session, we're gonna try encompass these three. The event itself, I'm gonna share our vision for you for this event and what do you expect to get out of this 2-day 12-hour event. It's gonna be super wild as well too. So first off, hello. I see a lot of highs in the comments. So if you're brand new, you just joined literally right now, say hi in the comments. Definitely is awesome seeing all these engagements. Another thing as well too, I am really big on feeding off of the energy in the comments as well too. So if there's any questions, any comments, anything, just definitely write it in the comments as well too. If you're liking something, let me know you like that in the comments. If you don't like something, don't write it. Just kidding. Let me know as well too. We're always growing, getting better and better. So let me know. Just give me live feedback is all I ask. So this event is amazing. So first off, why did I create the high school event? So let me go ahead. Let's take a trip back through memory lane as well too. This is Baby Coach Tony. Baby Coach Tony growing up. I grew up in Santa Ana, California, for those who know where that is. In Santa Ana, predominantly a very low income family. My parents growing up, super low income as well too. They left Vietnam during the war, came here with basically nothing. They didn't speak the language, didn't know education, nothing, right? But there I was, cute little me, right? And they said, hey, you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out for the family to make sure you do well and take care of your siblings as well too. I'm the oldest of four, right? Is anyone else here an older sister, older brother as well too? You know the struggles of not only managing yourself but also like kind of making sure they're good as well too. So that's kind of my upbringing there. Flash forward a few years, high school Coach Tony kind of did what I needed to do, right? Figured out what I needed to do. Did okay. I'll chat more about my high school years as the weekend goes on, but I did okay. Not worst, but not the perfect best. I was not valedictorian. I wasn't even top like 10%. I think I was I wasn't even 10% at all. So don't worry at all for that. So I did high school here, and the event that kind of literally changed my life, the first time something changed my life, is an event called Senior Weekend, right? So Senior Weekend, for anyone who's a senior watching this or a junior or even younger and flash forward senior year, once Actually, if you're watching this live in 2021, we have something happening in the world right now, so it makes things a little harder. But under normal conditions, schools want to invite you to their campus to check out the school, check out the dorms, check out the food, everything as well too. So it's at Berkeley, right? At UC Berkeley, they call it Senior Weekend. All the other schools kind of call it their own thing as well too. There's me, boop, in the corner in the red little circle. So that's basically the event that brought me over to Berkeley. My first time on a plane, first time away from my family. I loved it. Fell in love with Berkeley right away. Committed, and I went to Berkeley. And then I'll chat a little more about this as well too. But I basically it was between, so I got into 30 something colleges, and between UCLA and UC Berkeley. UCLA gave me a full ride. UCLA gave me a full ride. Berkeley did not give me a full ride, not even a half ride, less than a half ride, basically, to the university. But ultimately, I chose Berkeley for several factors that we'll chat about later this weekend as well too. So senior weekend, moving on. So now flash forward a little bit. I'm at Berkeley now, right? Once I'm at Berkeley, another event. This is the one event that I credit everything. The reason why I'm here today and you all are here, welcome to all of you here. Say hello to everyone in the comments as well too. The reason why I'm here today is this event right here, an outreach trip. So in college, specifically at Berkeley, there's something they did called outreach trips. So with outreach trips, what we did, we crammed a car. You can see we just mushed into a car. We literally drove high school to high school and high school during our spring breaks and our winter breaks. So during those two breaks, instead of everyone else enjoying it, having fun, we spent, the group of us, we basically stuck into cars, jumped from school to school to school, and talked to high school students about the college admissions process, talked to about what they need to apply to certain universities. We weren't advocating Berkeley, we were just advocating higher education in general to a lot of students. And that's when I realized, like, dude, this is what I want to do. You know, like for me, I wanted to go going into high school, I want to be a math teacher. Real quick, going back, but those are my two math teachers. They kind of helped me. So this point in my life, I want to be a math teacher. This point in my life, I knew that I want to work in education, right? So that's basically the one event that changed who I was as well too. And flashing forward, and that's everything I've been doing till this day as well too. Okay, flash forward a little bit. One of my fun achievements, I hosted another senior weekend as well too. So I actually got to host the event that brought me to campus. I flew in 500 students, one of the biggest events till that time as well too. So that was epic, right? I got to work with higher level people. That's the chancellor. The chancellor is like the principal of the university. I got to hang out with him, do weekly meetings because I actually worked in the admissions field, right? I got a fancy business card as well too to show I ran a really gigantic center up there to help students with the access to higher education and retention as well too. And I graduated from Berkeley. Graduated from Berkeley. That's my little sister. She's not little anymore. That's my little sister. Though. Graduated from Berkeley. After graduating from Berkeley, I went to work at UCLA for a little bit. So at UCLA, I was a director up there, or down here, director, and I did similar work, right? Helping high school students pursue higher education, just different area, but same type of work as well too, right? I got the opportunity to become a UC Berkeley admissions reader, and this is where like my career kind of skyrocketed again as well too. Now I have the credibility, right? At first, it was just helping students try this, do this. Now I know exactly, as a reader, they're looking for X, Y, and Z. I'm like, oh, then let's play smart. I'm all about playing smart, not working hard, right? So work smart the entire time. So now I see the end result. And from that point forward, I've been helping students with the process and knowing exactly what you need to know, ignoring all, because there's tons and tons of information out there, right? But let's focus on the ones that you need to know. And that's the whole event this weekend, is to give you the tools that you need for everything as well too, right? Flash forward last year, 2020 was a very fun year for me. Interesting year in the world, but as a result, I got TikTok famous. So did anyone here find me from TikTok? Let me know in the comments, right? TikTok in the comments. But I did TikTok for fun at first, and then out of nowhere, my 5th or 6th video like completely blew up. And every video after that got big and big and big and big. I ended up being one of the top Asian American influencers on TikTok, became an educational partner with TikTok, I got to do a bunch of different things. Here's some achievements as well too. Over 36,000 followers I actually created events last year based off TikTok alone for 3,000 people attended last year. This event's pretty big. Also, I think we have 1,000 people registered for this event. I'm super, that's crazy. That's amazing, right? That's that. And I have to partner with different colleges as well too. If you look at my TikTok feed, I actually partnered up with Harvard. That's my crowning achievement right there. Partner with Harvard for a video as well too. So that was super, super cool for that. Right. And that brings us to today. Right. So I actually did the math. I did the math because I'm actually like, I have a few coaching programs right now. And I was doing the math, like how many students have I actually helped? So I had a list every year. I keep a running list every year and it's add. And I actually put together, like I spent last month, like compiling all this to this day, exactly March the 6th at 2021, over the past decade of me doing this, I've helped 1,300 students get into university and helped them get over $15 million worth of grants and scholarships. So I think that is epic and super crazy as well too. So I'm super, super pumped for that. And then I know the next 10 years, we're going to at least 10x that or even more that as well too. So definitely, I'm super pumped for the next 10 years. That's my last 10 years. I'm excited to share in 2031 with you all again, share the new updated numbers as well too. Okay, so that's my little quick intro. If you haven't known me, now you know who I am. In this event though, so this weekend you are here not because of me, you guys are here because of this amazing event as well too. So in this weekend we have a lot of different learning sessions we're gonna cover and hear all the topics that we're gonna cover for this event. We did a few surveys and these are the big ones that came up all the time. So we're gonna talk about what you should be doing in ninth grade. We have a few 8th graders here as well too, even a few 7th and 6th graders too, which is crazy, right? Ninth, what should you be doing in 9th grade? What should you be doing in sophomore year, 10th grade? What should you be doing junior year? Fun fact, the biggest group in this event are juniors. So shout out to all my juniors, shout out class of 2022. Juniors, what should you do in 12th grade? We're going to talk about college pathways. We're going to talk about success, studying, success secrets. I need to sneeze. I'm good. I'm going to sneeze a bit. Finding your passions. I want to talk about academics and grades. I'm going to talk about, oh, I'm going to sneeze again. I sneezed. Okay, cool. Academics and grades. Talk about protecting your mental health. Talking about extracurricular activities. Talking about standardized tests, the SAT, the ACT. Talking about college essay secrets, how to write these correctly. Talking about financial aid 101. Oh man, I have morning allergies. Sorry for everyone there. Financial Aid 101, Scholarship Success Secrets. We're going to talk about interviews and letters of recommendation. We're going to talk about maximizing your summers and your time as a whole and helping you help your parents help you. This event is going to be amazing. Who's excited for all of that? Right? We're going to cover all those topics over the next 11 hours and 45 minutes. Over next, not the next. Overall, the whole event, 11 hours, 45 minutes. We're going to cover all those topics as well for you as well too, right? So what can you expect from this event? One, knowledge bombs. So we're going to drop knowledge. Each learning session is only be 20 minutes long. What I've learned is as a high school student, your brain can only handle 20 minutes. I'm older. I can do even less. But every single workshop, which means I only have 7 minutes left in this first session right here to finish up with everyone, 20-minute learning session followed by a 10-minute break and an optional assignment if you choose to do so as well too. So the assignments are going to be complementary to every single workshop and every single learning session that we do, right? You don't have to do it, but I do invite you to do those. They're definitely going to help you out with that. Plus, I stuck in breaks so you can restroom break. I'm definitely use restroom break. I'm drinking a lot of coffee today. Definitely a lot of restroom breaks. We have a lunch break as well too. So don't worry, you don't have to like be stuck by the computer the whole day. So every workshop will be 20 minutes followed by 10-minute break. Right? 2. I'm going to be asking you questions or asking you to participate. And right now, everyone, you are super shout out to everyone leaving a comment right now. And if you're brand new, say hi in the comments as well too. So I know you are here, but shout out to everyone here. That's it. All I ask is participation. It's definitely hard talking to a camera with nobody. I'm used to talking to big crowds, big groups. So I can feed off of like, oh, what I'm saying is good or what I'm saying is not good. So I definitely recommend if you can just give me live feedback. I love it. I hate it. Tell me more. leave your questions as well too. We're probably going to answer at the end. So either I know a few of you wrote questions already. It's not that I ignored it. I'm ignoring it on purpose because I'm going to talk about it in a bit as well too. So don't worry about that. Right. And I'm going to ask for reviews as well too. My whole goal with this event is to help as many high school students as possible as well too. And I think this will be the best training program on all things high school, and everything that I do will be the best training programs on all things high school related as well too. Okay, so 3 things. Expectations. 1, I'm gonna give free training, knowledge bombs throughout the whole 12-hour event. 2, if I ask questions, let me know what you guys think or feel or are thinking right now, so I can help with that. And 3, if you enjoyed the event and if you want to help me help others as well too, I'm going to ask for a review at the end or maybe later on today as well too. All right, I got 5 minutes left. All right, one more thing. Right, so when half of you all checked out, you guys got the VIP experience, or you got an email for the VIP experience, right? The VIP experience was 2 group coaching calls and access to the recordings as well too. So that I know a lot of you guys asked about this. So here's your answer for those who asked about the recordings, right? So this was a $97 upgrade. My team put a lot of time and effort in this to make it a live event. Plus, realistically, this is me being super real, and you'll learn in this event I'm gonna be really real with a lot of you because I'm not the average college counselor, college coach, right? Keep it real. I'm pretty young as well too. Keep it real for everyone here as well too. If you watch the recording, you're not gonna get as much out of it as doing it live, right? So I give kudos to all the people who are here live. There's also a student. If they're here in the comments, let me know. There's a student who emailed me. He's staying up. He's on the other side of the world. So right now is like 1 o'clock in the morning right now. And he said, I know it's late, but I'm going to stay all 6 hours today. I'm like, kudos to you. So yeah, you get a lot of benefit live, but I know things happen. Plus, a lot of you do have like prior commitments, right? I don't want you to like pick and choose. So, right, we did offer a $97 upgrade for those who wanted to upgrade to the VIP experience with the recordings as well too. However, right, with the magic of Coach Tony, I'm going to cross this out for the upgrade, and this will be my free gift, meaning today and tomorrow I'm going to throw in 2 free group coaching calls to anyone who would like that as well. And we're going to leave this up for the recordings, and my team's going to cut it out specifically. So if you're just looking for a certain workshop, certain learning session, you can go straight to that as well too. It's my gift for everyone for being amazing. This is actually our first event, our first of many. Wink, wink. That's all I'm going to say right now. For that, right? However, we have had people who did upgrade. So I think the exact number, 178 people upgrade. I checked this morning, right? So if you upgrade as well too, you might be more. But 178 people upgraded. I appreciate you all. I offered a refund. So if you see that in your account next few days, I do appreciate you for believing in me, believing in the product, and upgrading without even seeing what the product is. But I went ahead and refunded that for you. So thank you for believing in us. And maybe later, maybe I have a program in the future you can pay for that. But for now, I issued a refund. If you have not received a refund yet, let me know in like a few days, and then I'll check with my bank. But to the 178 of you out there who upgraded, thank you. All right, 2 minutes. Today's schedule. So today's schedule, first one, right? 9:30 we have a learning session. 10 learning session. 10:30 learning session. 11 learning session. 11:30 learning session as well too. With all of these learning sessions, the reason why I didn't put section by section by section, right, is because I don't want people to pick and choose and say, I will attend this event or this workshop, right? Everything stacks on each other. Literally, workshop 1 to do workshop 2, you need to be there for workshop 1. To be there for number 3, you have to be there for number 2 as well too. So each of them stack. So again, be here majority all of the time as well too. Okay. PM time at 12 p.m. We are going to have a lunch break, so definitely go enjoy a lunch for everyone. We do have our Zoom group coaching call during this time as well too. We'll drop the link later on for those who want to join. I have the basic version, the basic paid version, which means only 100 people. We have 1,000 people here, so first 100 gets in to the room. So first come, first serve, basically at that point. But then I do encourage you all to take your lunch if you need to, and I'll go ahead and post the replay of the Zoom coaching call as well too for everyone. no cost as well too, just to help you guys out. For those who can't make it but want to be part of it, I'll post it there as well too. Right. Then 1:30, and 2, we have 3 more learning sessions. 6 and 7, actually 8, as I forgot a little star there too. 6, 7, 8 are actually, I'm super pumped for these 3. So definitely do not want to miss these 3. At 2:30, we have a recap and a raffle. I'll talk about those later today as well too. Right. Before we go, oh, I'm running out of time. Just quick shout out to my team. So I didn't put on this event on alone. I had a great team of interns who helped. They're a really amazing high school student. I think they're in the chat right now too. Shout out to all you for helping make this event a reality as well. So I'm super, super pumped, super proud of everyone for all their hard work in this event, right? So what's next? First thing, my invitation, right? All these are optional, but I invite you to do them all, right? First one, introduce yourself in the chat, right? Your name, year in high school, your school, your state that you're from, and a fun fact, right? Introduce yourself so we can get to learn from each other. For us, I feel we're a community, we're a family now, so we're gonna all grow together, right? It's not gonna be competing against each other. We all are gonna grow together. So feel free to add that in the comments. Number 2, grab something to take notes. If you're old school like me, pad and paper. You take lots of notes today. Or for those of you who are more high tech, you can create, if you're watching this on your computer, you can create a new tab. I think Notion is a new thing now that you all enjoy. You can open a Notion thing up, Google Docs, any one of those things. And if you're on your phone, same thing as well too, right? So grab and take notes. You can take lots of notes today. Our first learning session is going to be here at 9:30 in the morning, 9:30, which means in 9 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a quick coffee break for myself. You all have a nice little break as well too. In the meanwhile, introduce yourself, say hi, talk to each other in the comments. I'll be back with the learning session number 1 at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. All right, see everyone in 8 minutes.
I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and since city's cold and empty, no one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone, and I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone, and I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the trust. I'm just going back to like you know. I could never say it on the phone. We'll never let you go. This time, I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Hey, hey. Ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I remember that night when I last saw you. It was your night off. You were crying in all the photos. Life hadn't turned out like we thought it would. And you were sick of the choices you made. I was hoping that you might change your mind. That time away would bring us back to life. But now we're living in a different shadow, trying to make it back home. I still feel it, your heart close to mine. I still need it, your hand wrapped in mine. I still miss you, I think of you all the time. I search for this day and night, but a love like yours is hard to find. It's so hard to find. It's so hard to find. Yeah. I don't know how to breathe when I'm not with you. Why did you leave without warning? From the second you were gone, I was just old news. Like we were nothing, just an excuse. I was hoping that you might change your mind. The time away would paint it in a better light. But now we're living under different shadows, missing every phone call. But I still feel it, your heart close to mine. I still need it, your hand wrapped in mine. I still miss you, I think of you all the time. I search for this day and night, but a love like yours is hard to find. It's so hard to find. It's so hard to find. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everyone. Boom, boom. This is now session number one. You have made it all to session number one. If you are back, say hello in the comments. So I know you are still here. Make sure you know that the software still works. It is definitely my first time doing a major event like this all in one time, using a new piece of software as well too. So can you all let me know if you can see what I have and you can hear me? Hello. I think it's working. I think it is working. Fantastic. All right, it's working. Cool. Welcome back, everyone. This is learning session number one, right? Quick icebreaker question for you all as you guys come back from your little mini break. Did you enjoy the breaks? I think that's definitely a fun thing I've added this event. I never did that before. Yeah. So quick icebreaking question as you went back, say hello and answer this quick question. How'd you find out about this event? We have actually done a lot of different ways to market this event and promote this event. And I'm not super sure how you all found out. So if you can let me know in the comments, and we'll go ahead and start with that. How'd you find out about the event? I know personally for me, we promote through TikTok. We had a few partners promote through their TikTok and social media platforms. I have in my links, if you saw my links, I had people who shared it within. We have partners who share with their friends as well, too. So referrals as well. So super cool. TikTok, Discord, LinkedIn. Whoa, that's a new one. I, let's chat after at TV, or can you send me who shared it on LinkedIn? I was super interested for that one. Slack scholarship, access scholarship is awesome. Little teaser, they'll be here tomorrow. So if you guys want scholarship, the best scholarship advice, tomorrow's the day to not miss out as well too. Someone got an email from me. Discord, love Discord. TikTok, fantastic. All righty, let's go ahead and get started with this learning session. Same thing. Remember, knowledge bombs. I only have 20 minutes per session, and I jam packed a bunch of information. So again, I'm gonna move fast. Hopefully, you guys ready to take notes as well too. Session number one is your high school success mindset, right? So high school success mindset. And for this topic, I originally had this, and after I completed the entire event, I went back and said, it's actually not, this is not actually not the right topic, right? It's not really the high school success, right? It's not even high school. This is your success mindset. The things we're gonna talk about in this specific learning sessions, it's gonna apply for high school and apply for the rest of your lives, right? And for a lot of you guys, a lot of you are between the ages of 13 to like 18 right now, right? You're barely 20% done of your life, and you still have 80% left to go. So everything you'll learn today, I think this session number one can be applied for the next few years while you're in high school. It can be applied in college, those college years. It can be applied for the next like decades when you're in working in your career, all the way through as well too, right? So first, I want you to know it's your decision to say yes for your future, right? So the big first thing I want to have everyone think about first and just think about is, why are you here, right? So I saw a bunch of people wrote like, oh, I'm here part of a newsletter, I'm here part of TikTok, Discord, email, right? What specifically, there was a moment when you read that message or something and you're like, I want to attend this event. It's a long event. It's not like anything else. It's a Saturday too, Saturday, Sunday event, right? You can be doing anything you want. You can be scrolling through TikTok still, right? You can be watching YouTube videos, Netflix. You watch WandaVision. Love WandaVision, right? But you cleared out your calendar for this weekend and made it here. And congrats on making it here. But first thing I want to ask you all, what's your why? You can go ahead and write it in the chat box or in the comment section. What's your why? Why are you here? Why do you even care about me talking? And for some of you who've never even heard of me for the first time, why did you attend the event? Right? I know a lot of folks are from my community, so they know who I am, right? So then they're like, oh, Coach Tony's the best. Let me go ahead and learn more stuff from him, right? But for those of you, I'm more interested in students who haven't heard me before, right? Or never heard this event before as well too. So what's your why? Why are you here? What made you click? What made you fill in your name and email and all that? What made you come here? Because a lot of people signed up, but I know from every event I've thrown at least 6, 7 events this past year alone that more than half don't even show up, kind of thing. So you are like the 1% of the 1% who has signed up and showed up. So for me, what's your why? Why are you here? I'm going to shout out a few if that's okay with you all, right? I said yes because I want to learn, right? Love to learn. That's a huge, amazing quality, right? I want to be successful in high school, college, and life. I want to graduate and know how everything works for college. What I've done and what I know has and will only get me to where I'm currently am in life. That's awesome. I want to learn how to hack life, especially when you can't be the top 10. That's an amazing term. Hacking life. That's a great name for one of our future events, right? Maximize my years in high school. I want to be successful. I have lots of goals in life. Someone did research on me. I should have a Wikipedia page by now. I should. One day, right? I want to get ahead. Right? I want to learn about the college admissions process. I want to be successful in college and life. It sounded really interesting. I want to learn more. I want to learn about my future career. That's amazing. So shout out to everyone here and for everyone else watching this later on, right? So you guys get access to replays now, so you guys can watch it anytime you guys want now as well too. So thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. That's always like half the battle, right? But here's why this first workshop, I know, and then it's like a little confusing now. I'm like, hey, it's supposed to be a college admissions, like high school stuff. Why talk about this stuff? This doesn't even apply to anything, right? So here's the analogy, right? If I gave you all the tools you need, right? I told you, you got to do this 9th grade. You got to do this 10th grade. Here's all the tools. Here's all the resources. Here's all my checklists. Here's all my templates, which I'm going to give to you as well as a free bonus for coming to this event, right? All these things, right? Is that even useful? So think about this way, right? There's a bricks, that's drywall, that's a drill. I love D-wall. I have a D-wall somewhere downstairs, right? Here's all the tools you need, basically not all, but like here's part of the tools you need to build a house. Here are the tools, right? Here is the blueprint. Here's the resources that you need to build a house, right? If I gave you this and I gave you this, can you visualize the house after that? Right? Can you visualize that house after that? It is very hard knowing just the tools, right? Having the tools is one thing. Having the resources is something else as well too. But without any context, right? You have no clue what to build. Or you will build it, right? 100%. You are all here. You are all smart. You all figure it out how to build it, but it'll take you much, much longer. Versus, I tell you, this is your dream house. This is the house I want you to build. Okay, this is the house I want you all to build. You know exactly, oh, I need bricks, I need windows, I need sheet metal, I need that door, I need that window, right? Do you know how to do it? No, let me go find help to build a door. Let me find help to build a garage. I need grass. Let me find grass, right? But basically, because you know the end goal, everything else you can figure out how to do. Right? So the biggest lesson I want to teach you all from this weekend, if you leave with nothing, the biggest thing to success, hacking life, start with the end goal in mind first, right? Start with the end goal. What's the very, very, very end look like? And let me work my way backwards to get to that spot, right? One is you're saving lots of time. And two, you're not going to make lots of mistakes along the way, right? You know exactly, I want to get to this final destination, right? Like, for example, if you want to go to a new place, right? You GPS it, right? I use Waze, love Waze, right? Use Waze. You know exactly the route to get there. If I had no clue, I drive aimlessly. I'll probably get there eventually, right? But if you have a clarity on the end result, it makes the path so much easier to do, right? So here is my invitation for you to get real about everything, right? So this is me being real. What are your goals? Right? Think about the future. Think about the very, very future. What are your goals? Have you shared your goals with anyone else before? Right? Have you shared your goals with your parents, with your siblings, with your close friends? Have you shared it with your teachers, your counselors, anyone else? Right? Have you shared your goals? Because if you don't know where you're going, it's going to be so hard to get there. It's so hard for me to help you get to where you need to be. Like, I think of as a coach, I think I'm like the cheat code, right? I'm the cheat code for you. Hey, coach, I want to get to here. I'm like, okay, cool. If you know you want to get to there, let me help you get to there, right? But if you have no clue what the end result is, right, it's very hard for anyone to help you or even for you to help yourself get to the end goal as well too. And I'm not talking about college either. A lot of people think this is college stuff, right? No, college is one step, right? The college is between the ages of 18 and 22, maybe a little more if you're doing like medical school and law school, right? But before your 30s, you still have 60, 70 more years left, right? I'm thinking end goal. I'm thinking at the end, college is a stepping stone to get to that far end goal as well too. What do you want to do in that end goal as well at the very, very end, right? One thing I do not tolerate when I'm working with students, working with groups as well too, as do not tolerate anyone making fun or criticizing anyone else's goals, right? When you share your goal with someone, you're trusting them with, hey, this is my future, right? If someone makes fun of it or criticizes it, there you should talk to them, right? This is trial and error I've learned growing up. I said, hey, I want to do X, Y, and Z. I had people tell me, no, that's crazy. You can't do it, right? You're not. One specific example I've had, right? One of my coaches growing up said, hey, you can't be a speaker, right? You stutter, right? You stutter, you can't speak. To this day, I talk, you know how often I talk to a screen all day long. I'm on the phone all day long as well too, right? If anyone doesn't believe in your goals, they don't deserve to be part of your success, right? You are in charge of your own goals, of your own success as well too, right? So that, just keep that in mind. That's my being real with everyone real quick, right? But now it comes to the main topic, and I have 9 minutes left for this, right? Define your goals, right? I want you to get clear in clarity on what that end goal is, not college. That's one step. That's the next logical, like big step for you. But I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking you're 50, 60 goals, right? First one, career goals. What do you want to do, right? Some of you have no clue. That's perfectly fine, right? You do not need to know at your age either. I thought as a graduating senior, I wanted to be a math teacher. I guess I'm still in education. I still teach, but I'm not specifically doing that at all, right? It can definitely change. But first, right, what do you like envision? If you know, like if you have an idea of what you want, like I want to be a civil rights lawyer, right? Career goals. What do you want to do every single day? You're gonna wake up, love it, and go home every day. What's that thing, right? Career goals, right? Number 2, family goals. I think this is the one area too not a lot of people think about as well, right? Family wise, do you want someone? Do you want to live alone, right? Some people just want to live alone with a cat or 2 cats, right? Some people want a big family. They want multiple kids, right? Some people want to live with their parents. I would love to live with my parents still, right? I love my parents, right? What family goals do you have for the future as well? Think about that, right? Financial goals is another one as well too. Financially, how do you want to be, right? Do you want to do paycheck by paycheck? Like live paycheck by paycheck? Do you want to have a lot of money in the bank? Do you want to have money to invest in like Dogecoin and invest your money in GameStop, right? What financial goals do you want, right? Does it have to be aligned with everything? No, right? These are separate areas that you'll find a way to bring them in together, right? And the last one's a fun one as well too. Your fun and reward goals. A lot of people think goals have to be like, I have to do this. I have to get this career. I have to make this much money. There's also goals. You can also reward yourself. If you are all work, no play, right? You can get really burnt out. I've learned firsthand that I've worked literally, I do literally work every day, right? But I find time every single day to have my little me time. Literally in my calendar, it says me time. I'll show you during the next session. I have a section every day, hour and a half specifically, that says me time. I can do whatever I want. I can just sleep. I can do work. I can play games, right? Kind of thing. What are your fun reward goals? Cool. With all 4 of these sections, the more clear you are on this, the more easier the rest of this event's going to be for you, right? You know exactly what you need to get from each session to get towards your end goals. So I compiled my first little freebie for you all. If you're on a phone, don't go yet. You might get logged out of this video. But during the break time, definitely encourage you all to do this, right? If you're on a computer, you can do a new tab. Easier for you all. CoachTonyLee.co, not com, just co is not a typo. co/goals, right? If you did it correctly, it should automatically download a file to your computer called Defining Your Goals. Let me know the link doesn't work. It worked right before this event, so hopefully it still works. If not, it's actually in your your Kajabi when you guys register for this event. There's you had a little platform library. It's in there as well too. So define your goals, right? So during this next, I'm good on time today, right? On this next little break time, I encourage you all to take like 5 minutes, right? Print this out or on your sheet of paper, write these down, right? What career goals do you want, right? What family goals do you want? What financial goals do you want? I missed this in my little slide. What personal goals? This is a big one as well too. Do you want to be healthy, right? Do you want to be healthy? Do you want to go to gym like 3 times a week, right? Do you want to? Do you have any hobbies? Do you have any hobbies as well too, right? So all these little goals you add it in, and the more clear you are, you know exactly where you want to go. Like for me, I can pull up. I tell you exactly this year I want to achieve these goals, right? And here is how I broke down each goal so I can achieve each of these goals, right? There's a quote. Let me find it later on, but something about like a dream is just a dream, but a goal you put it in paper and you set an action, a path to that as well too. So I invite you to complete the defining goals activity. So that's the first one to do. I'm giving you a little extra more time to do this. Our next workshop activity will be at 10 o'clock. Yes, I love it. It definitely helps if you get this done though. If you get this done, the next section will be very, very fun. If you don't, you might get a little lost as well too. So one more time, the link is coachtonylee.co/goals, right? And if you don't want to add the links, it looks like this, so you can just actually make it yourself, right? I wrote name, today's date, and then 5 sections: your career goals, your family goals, financial goals, personal goals, and your fun and rewards, right? For me, like for example, fun rewards, I have like nice cars. That's for me. That I like nice cars. So that's my fun and rewards as well too. So whatever these sections mean to you, I challenge you to think long term, right? Don't just think college. Don't think right after college. Think long term. If you had to live this lifestyle the rest of your life, would you be happy with all these? And that's how you should start thinking about all this, right? And then with this session, the more complete you make this, the more easier it is, because once you know your career goals, financial, family, personal, and fun rewards goals, we work backwards. You work backwards and you're like, okay, I know I want to do this long thing in the future. Now working backwards, I need to achieve this in my like 30, 40s, which means I have to achieve this in my 20s, which is college, which means in high school, I need to do X, Y, and Z, right? You guys see the purpose of this activity, right? A lot of people, when they work with students, they always think, okay, what's your college goals? That doesn't help you at all, right? For me, I don't care about getting you into college if you're going to fail and flunk out. I want you to succeed long-term as well too, right? So think long-term. Let's work backwards and be smart with our goals. Complete the defining goals. I'll see you back at 10 o'clock. If you have any questions, like I've been hanging out in the comments as well. You can definitely message me in the chat. If I know some of you might not want to message in the chat, perfectly fine as well too. There's my number. Feel free to let me know any questions as well. I'll definitely respond to this. That's the right number. I'll respond to this during the breaks as well too. So any questions that you're too scared, but I do highly recommend you message it in the chat just so everyone can learn from each other. I think that's for me. That's how I've like learned on my level as well too with all the other people I'm with, right? Learning from each other. So definitely, I do encourage the chat whenever possible. But if you have like a personal question, feel free to message me in the messages. And then so that's it. So go ahead and finish up this defining your goals. I'll see everyone at 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. So for the Eastern folks, right? My times today, FYI, will be all in Pacific time. So West Coast time in California. So feel free to convert it to your own time zone. I'll see you all in 12 minutes.
I was trying to run from my destiny. Truth is, it's hard to want what you need. The stars align without asking first. You're everything I wanted, a blessing and a curse. The first time I didn't realize, second time you fed me lies. I tried to run, but I didn't get far. I was trying to run. I was trying to run from my destiny. You felt so good. Guess you scared me. The stars align without asking first. You're everything I wanted, a blessing and a curse. Now I'm here. It's as if everything's gone back to the start. Play me like a work of art. First time I didn't realize, second time you fed me lies. I tried to run, but I didn't get
Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We still have everyone strong. My stream just crashed, but luckily nothing happened on your end. But welcome back, everyone. We're in session number 2 now. Learning session number 2. Here's a quick warm up. We already did our icebreaker, so we're done being cold. Time to warm up as well. So first one or warm up question right now is, what are some of the goals you put down? You have to mention all of them, but you can tag one or two in the comments as well. So if y'all want to go ahead and write one or two, and I'm gonna try to troubleshoot really quick to make sure the event is still running, because I see less comments as well. Can everybody hear me? All right, fantastic. I see it's working right now. All righty. For my fun awards, I want to travel the world. Awesome. I'll be financially free after school or med school. Good luck, Sammy, being with that. Fantastic. Cool, cool. What's up? My buddy Kenny's here. What's up, Kenny? I want to donate money to charity. It's an awesome goal. I'll be financially independent. That is amazing. You all have really, really amazing goals as well. Remember, these are like future goals. Cool, cool. Afford vacation, eating out. I love that. I love that goal of eating out. That was actually one of my goals too a few years ago, which I loved it. Now I can somewhat do that almost regularly. All right, let's go ahead and start learning session number 2. Hopefully we can still see. Yes, you can. So, learning session number 2, after you finish your goal setting, definitely keep it nearby. We're definitely going to use it for session 2. Session 2 is achieving the success you deserve. So, session 2 will be achieving the success you deserve. So, now you have defined your goals as well, too, right? That's the best first step. Achieving your goals or making progress is actually one of the main factors that create happiness. So, if you don't believe me, start adding like simple to-dos, right? Like today I'm going to, and please pick 3 things, right? Today I'm going to finish or I'm gonna read 10 pages in my history book. I'm gonna finish that science homework. I'm gonna finish my math homework. 3 things, right? Once you accomplish each thing, you cross it off or you check mark it. You actually, it's scientifically, you do feel much happier as well too, especially when you achieve your goals. So let's say one of your goals is, I want to get an A in this class, and you get an A, dude, you're on cloud 9, right? So definitely you have defined your goal. That's awesome. However, right, the reality about goals, this is like, now I'm bringing everyone back to the world now, right? Who has had goals that you never accomplished? Or like New Year's resolutions. This year, I'm gonna go to gym. This year, I'm gonna lose weight. This year, I'm going to get better grades. This year, I'm gonna, whatever that thing is. Who also haven't accomplished your goals? Let me know in the comments, right? You set these goals that you, at the beginning of the year or whenever you set them, I'm gonna make this happen, right? It's super simple, right? I just gotta go to gym every day, or I just gotta study like extra 20 minutes every day and I'll hit this goal. But somehow it just never happens, right? It never works out, right? So I'm like, why can't I finish these goals? And it ends up being the same New Year's resolution, same goals over and over and over again. Look, comments going crazy. Yes, me. Does anyone know why that's the case? Why you set these goals and then somehow you never achieve your goals, right? The answer is daily habits, right? So basically, daily habits, doing all talking to very, very successful people, talking to all my friends and everyone I've met around. This is the one factor that determines success of your goal or not, your daily habits, right? So with that, I'm gonna teach you a new concept today, which I do not think you know of this concept yet, just because everyone says set goals, right? So that's the biggest thing about goal setting classes or like workshops. Set goals. I know you guys learn about SMART goals, the specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, right? SMART goals, different types of goals out there, right? But no one talks about this next concept. And this is the game changer. So if you're taking notes, take notes, get ready to write this word down. The concept is called removals, right? And at the end of the day, removals is even more important than your goals, right? So you have the whole sheet you just created with your career goals, your financial, your family, your fun rewards, all those, that's one side. But what's even more important than writing those down is identifying which removals you need to make as well too, because removals make it impossible for you to be successful, right? These are the things that prevent you from hitting your goal every year. These prevent you from hitting each of these goals that you're going to have as well too, right? So what are removals? Removals are things that, for example, waste your time, or it could cause you to be distracted from these goals, right? It can also make you unhealthy, which causes you to not be able to achieve these goals, right? Or removals are things that causes you to perform at a lower level that you know you're capable of doing. So instead of you giving 100%, something is causing you to only give 80% effort. So we'll back for everyone here. What are some removals? Knowing that removals are things that waste your time, cause you to be distracted, makes you unhealthy, has you perform at a lower level. What are some removals you all can think of? Right? Feel free again in the chat box. Right? Let's brainstorm some ideas together. Right? I have a list that I'm going to share after, but I want to have you guys start thinking first. Right? What are some removals that causes you to not achieve your goals? Right? Netflix. I love Netflix. Yes, Netflix is one of the removals, right? Video games. I've sadly gone back into like the mobile gaming world, right? My phone has tons of mobile games, right? Scrolling mindlessly and not intentionally on social media. Huge, right? And then for it means a lot of things a lot too, right? Social media, another social one for social media, another one for social media, another one for social media. Well, lots of social media, right? Staying up late, that's a huge one as well too. So basically being an inconsistent sleep schedule. Bad friends. Well, you all are getting so good at all this. Let's go ahead. I wrote down a few that might apply for more people. So if you haven't looked at comments yet, I think you addressed most of them already. But first one, the TV streaming apps, right? Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, Apple TV, same thing. Disney Plus, WandaVision, OMG, that finale episode, epic, right? Same thing. I throw in video games in here as well too, right? These you're just watching, right? Am I saying these are bad things though? No, these are not bad things. You definitely want a little bit, right? Because if not, you'd go crazy, right? You definitely will go crazy. But what I'm addressing here with removals is if you actually look, if you audit, right? Like how often a day or even a week do I spend on binge watching that new season, right? Like how many hours of that did I use for that, right? So watching these shows, social media scrolling, right? I know for some of you actually use it for like to grow your own businesses and this and that, which is amazing, right? Definitely keep doing that. But what I'm talking about is scrolling, not especially with TikTok. Oh man, there's like no end. There's no end, right? At least with Instagram, for me, you know, it comes to a point where it gets slow to load. And I'm like, okay, that's my limit. When it gets slow to load, is my limit to stop. But with TikTok, you just keep going and going and going and going. You don't ever stop as well too. And you look at the clock. Oh man, 3 hours later, right? And you're like, it's 3 in the morning, and you're still scrolling through TikTok, right? So social media scrolling, right? Gossiping, huge in high school. Gossiping. How does this help elevate your goals to get to closer to where they're at? Right? Gossip is a big one. Sleeping in, right? Sleeping in or keep hitting the snooze button, right? It's a big one for a lot of people. And same thing, Nikhil also talk about staying up late as well too, or stay up late. I mean, it could be fine as well too, but like I think the main thing is the inconsistent sleep schedule is one too. Here's a big one. Here's a really, really, really big one. I challenge you all and invite you all to think about spending time with unproductive people. And unproductive does not mean they produce stuff in a factory. Okay, unproductive people means, are they going to help elevate you or help you get closer to your goals, right? Again, this is not saying that you're using people to get to your end result, right? For example, me and Kenny's in the chat right now. He's one of my like closest friends, right? I think we don't do really a lot of things the same, but he has his own business. I have my own business. We do, but right, every time I talk, I learn something from him. And I'm hoping every time we talk, he learns something from me as well too. So we're always leveling up. So we're pushing each other as well too with that. So spending time with, but there's people, I'm sure you can think of one top of your head right now that if you talk to them or text them, it goes nowhere. And you're like, I wish I had my hour back or 2 hours back, right? Think about those people, right? Arguing or fighting, right? Arguing or fighting, right? How does that help you in the long run of things, right? Toxic relationships. I started watching Jersey Shore again. Those who watch Jersey Shore, right? Kind of thing, right? Toxic. Ron, Jen, if you watch the new one, toxic kind of thing, right? Next one, talking about goals versus taking action, right? So same thing. So in a year, when you all are here for the unfair advantage, the high school advantage 2022 version, I'm probably gonna do the same topic again next year. And then if you came to this event, you come next year's event, did I even achieve any of my goals? Because I just talked the talk. Did I talk the talk, but I never did anything to push me closer to getting that happen, right? Goals are just goals. You have to add the steps to make each of these things happen, right? For some of you guys, you want to get into, like, for example, med school, right? That's one of your goals, right? To get to med school, you have to go into a good college, right? Which means you have to get good grades in high school, right? So then what steps are you taking to make sure you have good grades in high school, right? So see how all this kind of stacks up with each other, working backwards, right? Next one, waiting for the right time. Oh, I can't do that right now. I'm waiting until maybe next week. I'll start this next week, right? Oh, I'll start this on April 1st. I want to start this when summer hits. Let me wait till summer because it's more relaxed. My schedule will be more chill during summer. I wait till summer. You know what? I'm a freshman. Let me wait till sophomore year to start this, whatever it is, right? There's never a right time. The right time is right now. The best time was yesterday, right? Think about that. Trying to fix what's wrong, right? And with this is basically saying, for this is for me, like I'm guilty of this as well too, right? You want to help as many people as possible and fix all these things, but that sacrifices your time to achieve your own goals as well too, right? So think about this as well, right? Seeking other people's permission. This is big also for me as well too, right? Other people's permission, right? You're like, oh, I'm not gonna do this because I'm waiting for someone to say yes. I'm waiting for something to happen so I can do it. Or I'm waiting for someone to volunteer this, so I'll volunteer as well too, right? Seeking other people's permissions, right? Complaining, always complaining. Oh, we have distance learning. I can't do so-and-so. My game got canceled, blah, blah, blah. Think about all that time you spent complaining. If you took that out and just did something instead of complaining, still complain. For me, you need to get it out, right? So get it out. 30 seconds, 1 minute. Well, I'm going to complain for 1 minute. Move on past that because anything after that is not going to help at all. This one, I'm super, super guilty as well too. Appearing busy. How many of you, when you guys go home, right, and you guys are just like on the computer and just, right, mom or dad or something like, hey, you want blah blah? Oh, I'm working really hard on this homework assignment. I need to get this done, right? And then you're like, mom, dad's like, oh, yeah, cool, and you end up only finishing like 2 pages because the majority of time you're just browsing other tabs, kind of thing. But you appeared busy, right? Appearing busy is a big one as well too. Another big one for the superstars in the room, right? The superstars in the room, spreading yourself too thin, right? Doing like everything you think I need to do this, which in the realm of college admissions, you definitely do not need that, right? So here's your permission. If you need permission, you don't have to do 10 things, right? So you don't have to do every single thing. Don't spread yourself. Focus on the things that you care about and go hard for that. Looking for quick fixes, right? Looking for quick fixes, right? So this one's like, right, I know I should put in the work to do X, Y, and Z, but I'm instead going to spend like a few hours trying to find a shortcut to make that happen versus just doing it X, Y, and Z kind of thing, right? Looking for quick fixes, right? It's a big one. It's a big one for a lot of the juniors in the room as well. I'm speaking straight to you. Allow mediocrity in yourself or others, right? Meaning, right? A lot of you, after talking to a lot of students, you guys are not aiming high enough, right? You're like, you know what? I'd be happy getting to this college. But me talking to a lot of you students, right? You guys are capable of so much more than just that, right? Push yourself. Don't allow yourself to be mediocre. Don't allow yourself to be average. You guys are above average. You guys are here on a Saturday morning, right? Listening to me talk, kind of thing. You guys are superstars and rock stars. Do not allow yourself to be mediocre. Leave everyone else be mediocre. You are superstars. Don't waste money. Right? Definitely a big high school thing. I definitely did this a lot in high school as well too, and I still do this a lot now as an adult. But stop wasting money. Right? Right? Think about it. And then as you get older and older, right? There's investments and this and that. You'll learn all this stuff as you get older as well too, right? There's better ways to waste your money, right? That actually is productive, right? Another big one, unhealthy eating, right? So this one comes to a topic that I think I realized like recently in my life, and I want to share with you all so you all learn from my mistakes as well too, right? A lot of times, like I ask people, what are your priorities in life, right? I want to take care of for example, for me, I want to take care of my family first, then take care of my business, then take care of blah 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 after that. That's literally like my order, right? And I realized that like my health, you know what, I gotta make sure my family's good first, then I gotta make sure my business is good, then I'll focus on my health afterwards, right? If you think that way, or to apply as a high school student, right? I'm gonna do make sure my school is good first, my academics, right? Then I'm gonna make sure my extracurriculars are good. Then I'll focus on my health, right? In reality, health should be number one for most of you, if not all of us, right? You only have one body, right? We only have one body, one life. What happens if you get sick? How many of you have gotten sick? Even one day, right? How far behind does that put you in your schoolwork, right? How far behind does that put you in your other commitments, right? People have to plan around that now, right? Versus you taking care of your health to make sure you deliver 100% every day, you show up every day, right? So that way, everything falls in line as well too. So health should be your number one priority, which makes everything else possible, right? But you can have all these priorities, but if you're not healthy, you can't make any of that happen, you know? So think about that. Like think about health being more priority for a lot of you all, right? Which also means don't consume too much sugar. You know, I saw a picture this morning of like a Coke bottle having this much sugar. Crazy. I used to be a mega Coke drinker as well too. So crazy, right? So much bad stuff in your body. Too much caffeine is also bad for your body as well too. I'm slowly trying to phase out. I used to drink like Monsters and rock stars and stuff in college and all this crazy. I used to drink like multiple of them per day, and it was wild. Definitely messed up my body, right? I'm slowly trying to phase out of that as well too. Another big one is trying to do everything yourself, right? It's okay. There's people we can rely on. I think that's the biggest thing. We feel like we need to be in charge of everything and have a say in everything as well too. You don't have to do this, right? Rely on others as well too, especially group projects. Rely on your teammates to do what they need to do, right? Rely on others, right? You guys are relying on me to help you all with this, and I'm happy to do so in result. And later on, I want to ask for help again as well too, right? So it's basically rely on each other. You don't have to do everything yourself. Okay. Here's a statement that one of my coaches told me, and I think is super true, right? The moment you commit to going to the next level, the people, the opportunities, and the confidence you need begins to appear. There are no coincidences, right? So for this, you have to powerfully declare, these are my goals. I'm going to do this. And just opportunity happens. People say luck, right? You're setting yourself up, right? No one's lucky, right? You set yourself up to achieve certain things as well, right? So with that, I have 1 minute left. I went overtime this one. Another new concept for you. So last presentation, we talked about removals. This presentation, I want to talk about the concept of this one also. This one earlier in this session, we talked about removals. Now we're talking about the perfect future, right? So the perfect future. So this is a fun activity, right? So with the perfect future, you have the vision for the future itself, right? A lot of people think that, okay, can I picture future Tony over there, right? And that's where they think about, right? But with this activity, I'm going to challenge you all to do it. We'll definitely we'll go a little overtime this one, right? But I'm going to challenge you all to visualize yourself as that person, right? So in a bit, in like 30 seconds, right? I'm going to turn off this screen. I'm going to turn on some music. And then I'm going to start giving you things to think about, right? You can feel free to close your eyes. It helps for a few folks to close their eyes. The biggest thing you want to visualize is yourself as the future, not you looking at your future, which is what most people do. You want to imagine yourself, that goals sheet you created, you just achieved all of them, right? All those goals. You are where you want to be career-wise. You are with the family you are choosing to be with. Financially, in the bank and everything, you have that amount, right? The personal, all your personal goals, you hit them, right? And your fun rewards, you're at that place. If you want, I know someone's wanted to travel the world, you're traveling right now. Imagine yourself, and here's the one thing I do challenge you to do. There's something in your brain, the term is called little voice syndrome, that's gonna try to say, oh no, that's not possible, right? You can't do it. Let's think of a safe thing, because our brain is designed to keep us safe, right? That's why like the cave people, right, are scared to go out because someone's gonna kill you, right? So naturally, biologically, our body, we want to be safe, right? But what we want to do is challenge yourself outside our comfort zone and go ahead and visualize the future. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the screen, share. So right now, I'm going to have you all. Can you all hear the music? I'm gonna give you a minute to visualize your perfect future. Think about career-wise. Where are you? I saw some of you want to be a doctor. You are a doctor. You own your own law firm right now. You want to be a doctor, right? You own your own medical practice. You're treating a patient right now. For those of you who want to do computers, right? You just got hired at Google. You just did something crazy at Facebook. Entrepreneurial, you just made a $1 million deal. How do you feel? Moving on to family. Who is next to you right now? Is it your significant other, your partner? Do you have kids? Boy, girl? Do you have pets? Pet dog, pet cat, even 2 cats, 2 dogs, or just a goldfish? Who's with you right now in your happy spot? Moving on to personal. What personal goals did you have for yourself? Did you have a hobby? Do you like to collect Pokemon cards? Maybe you just pulled that PSA 10 Charizard. Not pull, you got it. You have it in your possession. Do you want to be physically fit? Right? Are you not healthy right now? And in your future perfect vision, you are super healthy. You're at the gym every single day. Financially, how are you right now? How's the bank account? You open it, and seeing 7 figures in that bank account is nothing new. It does not shock you. That is your future. Fun and rewards. Maybe you're there now. Maybe when you're visualizing this activity, you're at your fun and reward. Are you in your dream car? Driving in your dream car? Are you traveling? Right? Are you in Europe? Are you in Asia? Are you with your family in these countries? Imagine yourself in these. You are in this perfect world. I'm gonna do 5 more seconds. All right. If you close your eyes, you can open your eyes. Right. So this activity to show you your perfect future. Right. It is not something that is not achievable. It's definitely achievable, but you have to make sure for sure that's what you want to do. So your activity, I got 5 minutes. Sorry for the thing, but hopefully that helped you. And this will be really fast now. If you want to go to coachtonylee.co/success, not com, just co/success. If you're on a mobile device, just wait, or you here's I'll show you what it looks like so you can just copy it. It looks like this, right? It'll say achieving success at the top. If you're on a computer and you download it, it should pop in right away, right? Top part, my removals. Identify at least one, right? If you don't have time for anything else, at least do the removals. That's more important, I feel. That is the most important thing of this whole session. Identify at least one removal and fast. You got 3 minutes before our next session. Write as much as you can in detail of your perfect future. Okay. So your invitation again, complete the achieving success activity, removals, and your perfect future. If you have any questions, message in the chat box. If you want to text me privately, that's my number as well too. And we're gonna start session 3 in 4 minutes. Good luck, everyone.
We couldn't love right. We had enough and we've given up on you and I. But you got this new guy, and when he's around you, it's got me thinking about you and I. I don't want you to be fine, but I still lie awake at night. I don't want it to go right. Save your face when you come by. And he holds you close like I used to. He holds you close like I used to. Like I used to, yeah. I've been thinking about you. 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 We can love right. We had enough and we've given up on you and I. But you got this new guy, and when he's around you, it's got me thinking about you and I. I don't want you to be fine, but I still lie awake at night. I don't want it to go right. Save your face when you come by. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Like I used to, yeah. I've been thinking about you. 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 I don't want you to be fine, but I still lie awake at night. I don't want it to go right. Save your face when you come by. Take me far away, where the walls come down and the heart takes over, asking you to stay.
All right, all right. We are back, everyone. Sorry, that was a short, super short break. Went a little overtime. I'll try not to go overtime this time as well. But welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. If you can hear me, though, please answer the warm up over here. The warm up question: what is one removal you will take action on? You might have a lot. I have a lot of removals. Pick one that for sure, Coach Tony. I'm gonna commit that I am going to start this removal. Right? It could be something small. Let me reduce my time with Netflix. Super easy, right? Just one less episode per day. Instead of watching 5, let me watch 4, right? Baby steps. I also do not recommend cold turkeying anything. Don't do like from 6 hours a day to 0. You're going to hate it, right? Go slowly, right? Hey, this week, I'm going to cut down 1 episode. Then next week, I'm going to cut down maybe 2, right? And eventually, and with all the tools we're going to give you this weekend as well too, I'm going to show you how to replace all these removals with things that will make you a lot happier and will help you progress through goals as well too. How cool is that? How cool is that? You're doing removals and making things happen. Love it. Love it. Love it. Let's go through a few of them before we start this session number 3. Minimizing time on TikTok. Yeah, definitely don't leave it. Make sure you still follow Coach Tony Lee on TikTok and like all my stuff. Comment, help me boost the algorithm. I'm somehow stuck at 36,000. I want 6 figures. I want 6 digits in my follower count this year. Hopefully that will happen 2021. Procrastinate less. Awesome. Talk about goals versus taking. Am I reading the right one? Taking goals versus removing action. Internships, fantastic. One removal. Spraying myself, saying no to more people. It's a huge thing. Who is that? Kimberly. Definitely a huge realization. Once you realize that you gotta say no more, you're thinking saying no more is gonna hurt someone else, right? But you're not able to help them by saying yes. Think about that. You can't help them by saying yes. All right, Sammy, work out an hour each day. Awesome. Sleep no later than 1:30 a.m. That is wild, Ivy. I have become super old. I cannot stay awake past 9, 10 p.m. But I do wake up at 3, 4 in the morning though. So that's how it makes up for that one. Super awesome. Stop overworking myself. Go to sleep by a certain time. Doing workouts, not being lazy, not waiting for the right time. That's right, Therese. Start now. Right? Awesome. Let's go ahead and jump straight into number 3, learning session number 3. We're just breathing through. You guys enjoying this so far? Is this event super awesome? Let me know in the comments as well too. So live feedback. The more feedback you give me, the better. Or I'm just talking to a screen. All right. Number 3, learning session number 3, chasing happiness. Session number 3, chasing happiness. So session 1, we defined our goals. We figured out what goals we want to hit, right? How that's going to help with the bigger picture stuff. It's going to teach us how we work backwards. We know exactly how to get or reverse engineer the whole process so we can know what we need to do in high school to achieve that goal. Part 2, removals and your perfect future. I know I want to get there. I need to get rid of certain things so I can get there. Now, for me, is the path to get there. That's session 3 right here. The path to get there is chasing happiness, right? First one, reality. So the reality of things, right? And then you don't have to believe me. You can talk to your parents. You can talk to your parents' friends and all of them as well too. Anyone who's older than high school students, right, will tell you this, right? Actually, old, like 50 plus, 50, 60 plus is who I'm thinking about, right? Most people get a career, right? Because lucrative, right? Let me get a high paying career as well. This is like the mentality of most people as well too, okay? I'm gonna get a high paying career, right? Let me work at Facebook, work at Google, be a doctor, whatever it is, right? But their intention wasn't this. Their intention is the money factor, right? I want to make a lot of money, right? So they make all the money, blah, 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 blah. Their 30s, they're just making more money, moving up, making more money. At 40, 50, they're like, I hate this, right? I never liked this. I just did it because I need to take care of my family. I need to do X, Y, and Z, right? But I never liked it. Who wants to do something you hate for like 20 years before saying, you know what? I never want to do this in the first place. Who wants that? Does anyone want that life where you're just doing something you hate just because the money, or just because it was stable, or just because it was there, right? A few no's, right? So the biggest thing is at the end, right? At the end, not the end, but end of the cycle, when people are like 50, 60, they start doing things they enjoy. They start giving back to things they believe in. They start working on projects they love. That's why you see a lot of startups run by these older people, because they realize, you know what, I never liked this. Let me go ahead and do something I really enjoy, right? Then, right? But why you have to sacrifice those 20, 30 years in the first part of doing something you don't really, really enjoy first? Why not just do something that makes you happy, right? So with this topic, the whole thing behind this topic, how it relates, Coach Tony, how does it relate to college admissions and all this stuff, right? I want you to find your interest. I want you to find your passion, right? You know the end result. I want to get here. But to get to here, what path do I go? Follow the path you enjoy. The entire journey should be fun. It shouldn't be hate, 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 and enjoy the last like 10 years, right? That's what reality is. People hate their first 30 years just to enjoy the last 10, 20 years, right? That's why people having like big investment fund, like retirement funds, right? Because you get to work all your life just to enjoy it when you're 65, right? I'm telling you, things you enjoy at 20 and 30 is very different than things you enjoy at 60 and 70, right? I'd rather enjoy my 20s, enjoy my 30s, enjoy my 40s, my 50s, 60s, and even 70s. But I want to be happy the entire process. I don't want to do something I hate to get to that, to finally enjoy at the very end. And that's what most people do, which is sad, right? The more I talk to people, talk to older people, that's reality. So I want to help you all identify what your interests and passion are to get there. And ding, 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 this is what colleges want as well too, right? So you're killing two birds with one stone, right? People just, the thing people think about is like, hey, I got to do things that look good on the college application, right? I got to do this thing, I got to do this thing and this thing, right? When ultimately college is looking for, what do you like? Everyone is different. What I like is different than what you like. We probably have stuff in common as well too, right? But then everyone likes a certain thing, and the colleges want to see you as you. That's the thing that like, colleges like, we want you to be genuine, be you. That's what they mean. What do you like, right? Don't be like everyone else. Don't go these websites, College Confidential, Reddit, all these places, right? I got in with these stats. So people think, oh, I have to do these two to get to those schools. That's a complete super wrong, super wrong, right? Just do what you enjoy, right? These schools are lucky to have you attend their school, right? As long as you work hard, follow what you truly enjoy, these colleges are lucky to have you in their school. That's the big mental shift right here, okay? Big mental shift, okay? So the concept, right? This is the concept I coined. Boom, it's on my shirt as well too. You can buy at chasehappiness.com. But chase happiness, right? Stop doing things you don't like, right? Do something you do like, right? Do stuff you like, right? Naturally, if you want to speak in terms of college admissions, right? What's your interest? What's your passion? Are you pursuing your interest or passion? That's the whole concept behind chase happiness, right? People just do things because it looks good, right? And at the end of the day, it doesn't help you. It doesn't help you at all, because you're going to end up quitting it in high school, from high school to college. And if it lasts, you quit again to life as well too, right? You don't want to be a quitter, right? You want to keep whatever you're doing going on and on as well too. Okay? But the biggest question I do get from this topic though is, what if I don't know? And that's probably the same for a lot of students here as well too, right? A lot of people don't know. What if I don't know what I like? Well, in this session, I'm gonna give you guys three ways to figure out what you like, what your interests are, what your passion. And this one, I'm speaking directly to all the younger students. If you are a ninth grader, eighth grader, seventh grader, we have like one or two sixth graders too. Epic, right? This is more for you. And for students who are older, right? Apply it now, right? This is the best time. The best time is back at their age. Next best time is now, right? So what if you don't know what you like, right? Here are 3 tips. Number one, my first thing, check out your YouTube homepage, right? I'm sure all of you are on YouTube, unless you're not. Well, you're in the stream. This stream is live from YouTube. So at least this first time you're here on YouTube, right? What I recommend is check out YouTube homepage. So fun little questionnaire for me for fun, right? What channel or what topics do you see most often on your page? Let me know in the comments. Wherever the comments are. I don't know what the comments are. But let me know in the comments, right? What channel, when you open your YouTube app or youtube.com, what usually pops up in that first page for you? What channels or what types of themes pops up for you as well, right? And I'll go ahead and share mine. So as people are waiting for yours, right? Here's mine. I'm a big screen. You can see it. Boom, right? Here's mine, right? Mine is a mixture of a few fun things. One, wrestling. Love wrestling. All right, I have wrestling scattered throughout here. Two, WandaVision, Marvel. I'm a huge Marvel freak as well too. So tons of Marvel related stuff and business related stuff as well too. Right, business related stuff. That cold calling is because I saw someone post it, so now I'm getting spammed by those too. So if I stop looking at those videos, it'll come off. But like I follow like the business folks as well too, right? So I learn from the next level up as well. So that's my home page. And what does this mean, right? This means what's my interest, right? My happiness is learning more about wrestling, something wrestling related, something about Marvel related, and something about business related. Those are like my things that I like, right? So if I have no clue what I like, boom, here's 3 topics that I can go in further about and just explore more. Does that make sense? So that's the big takeaway there. Like if you had no clue where to start, whatever you're searching up is probably something you're interested in the first place. So that's there. All right, let me see. I see people here. Salsa music, BTS, crocheting videos, music, tech stuff, nutritional workout, video games, mountain biking, reading, the WandaVision, right? Marvel, surgeries, fantastic. Unsolved stuff, music, lifestyle, productivity. So boom, you all have somewhere to start. So if any of you all have, I have no clue what my interest is or what I want to do, something related to that, right? Something related to that is a perfect place to start, and you just grow from there. Okay. Next thing. Oops, my thing died. Next thing, educate yourself. Right? Educate. We're in a world. You are all super lucky to have so much access to so much information, right? Here are a bunch of websites. You can take a picture if you want, screenshot. I'll make it big so you guys can see it. Boom, right? A bunch of websites. These all offer free trainings on a bunch of different things, right? No need to pay for this, right? Information is free, right? All of it should be free. I know some of them do have like a paid option. Don't do the paid option. Does not help at all for anything you want to do. So don't pay for anything, but definitely learn, right? So for example, one thing is, let's say, real life example as well too. One of my friends, he was like, hey, I want to learn how to make an app, right? So he's like, so what did he do? He just looked up websites on like learn how to create an app. He did that. Right? And boom, 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 boom. He started learning more and more and more and more. Once you have questions, you just ask, people give you the answers, and you keep going more and more and more. Currently, right now, he makes 7 figures a month on his app that he created like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. It's crazy, right? So stuff like this, right? So just learn. If you're interested in something, learn about it, right? And then dive deeper, and then you will find ways to make it bigger and bigger. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, listen or ask the experts, right? The fastest route to something, right? So either there's 2 ways to do stuff. You learn it yourself by doing it yourself, right? Or just ask somebody, right? Everything I'm gonna teach you basically like content wise for the college admissions process or doing well in high school, you all can Google. You guys agree? Like, I think next this topic and next topic will be like more college heavy, right? Everything I'm gonna tell you today is going to be Googleable. You can Google all this, right? However, you guys have the cheat code. You guys have the hack right here. I can condense it all in one spot for you, right? And that's the benefit of just going straight to the expert. Instead of you figuring out, taking the years to do a lot of things, find someone who's done it, right? For me, I run a after school summer camp program, right? I could do it myself. I'm smart enough. I can figure it out. No, I have a coach who has done a after school summer camp. He's made 8 figures off his camp. He makes 7 figures per year. I'm like, oh, why am I gonna reinvent the wheel? Ask him. So I pay him a lot of money, so he makes me a lot more money, kind of thing, right? But I'm going straight to the experts as well, too, right? At a high school level, you don't have to pay anyone yet. Free knowledge is great for high school, right? But there's 2 spots I recommend if you want to learn more about other things. So instead of like, I want to be a doctor. Who should I like learn about? Go to a doctor. Ask them. I want to be a doctor. Talk to doctors, and they'll tell you, oh yeah, you gotta do X, Y, and Z. Right? That's the big one, right? There's 2 sources for you. First one, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is like professional Facebook for those who have a Facebook, right? Professional Facebook. So as a high school student, you don't really need it. I know a lot of you do have, and you guys have been adding me. I don't think it's useful in high school. College, maybe, right? College is going to help you get internships and stuff. But LinkedIn is an awesome place to, for me, I use it as a way to find people, right? So LinkedIn is really awesome. It segments people by like their colleges that they went to, their careers, their titles, right? That's the best search for stuff like that, right? So if, for example, let's say you're looking for someone who, let's say your dream school is like Stanford, right? You want to get into Stanford. So why not ask people who went to Stanford how the experience was, right? So I would go on LinkedIn, search for Stanford, search for people under Stanford, and then there'll be people filtered by graduating from Stanford. And the best part about LinkedIn, once you have enough contacts, the system how LinkedIn works is that it tells you how many connections you are to somebody, right? So for example, let's say who's in the chat right now? Darren. I see Darren. I see your name. I didn't read it yet, but I saw your name, Darren, right? So let's say me and Darren are connected via LinkedIn, right? So we are first connections, right? But let's say Darren's trying to get into the medical field, for example, and then I know a doctor, right? So on LinkedIn, it'll be like, if Darren's looking for his doctor and he's like, oh, Coach Tony knows that doctor, he can make that connection. Hey, Coach Tony, can you introduce me to that person? That's the whole concept behind LinkedIn, introducing people to each other. And that's the biggest thing of that. I definitely recommend that as well too. Definitely grow your networks. That's probably the biggest lesson in college too, growing your network. The little gold nugget right there for everyone. LinkedIn is an awesome space to learn about from the experts themselves, right? Talking to people, right? Is one, right? And plus, it'll be nice. It's nice because a lot of people on LinkedIn just get spammed with ads and spammed with like people trying to sell them stuff all the time. So you coming as a student and say, hey, I just want to learn from you, right? It's definitely nice to see in the inbox every once in a while as well too, right? So LinkedIn. Number 2, TikTok, right? TikTok is amazing. Their educational platform is amazing as well too. There's a hashtag learn on TikTok. I was part of that campaign last year in TikTok partners as well too. They're definitely going hard on the educational content. I'm sure you all can say that like you guys learn more. You guys learn more on TikTok than you do in school, right? Same thing. There's this guy who says the curse word about the doctor's guy, like the truth about the ER and stuff. He's funny, right? But you learn stuff and you're like, oh, I actually might like that stuff. And that helps you introduce yourself to other fields as well too. Okay. So use any of these platforms. Your whole goal is just find out what you enjoy and keep pursuing it, right? Find ways to explore it more, right? That's the big takeaway of this one, right? Right. The big question I get though, what if I don't end up liking it? So let's say I go down the rabbit hole, right? I go on the rabbit hole and then I liked archaeology, for example, right? I love digging videos, right? I go on that field. I take an online archaeology class. I love it. And after a year, you know what? I hate it now. Like out of nowhere, I just lost interest completely, right? Is that fine? And the answer is perfectly fine, right? You're exploring your interest, right? It's not saying you just wasted time. You save time by finding out I don't like this section, right? Now I'm gonna narrow down my thing as well too, right? So in life, right, everything, nothing's wasted, right? Everything has a purpose to it, right? As long as you remove the removals, right? Everything else has a purpose to it, right? I'm exploring, I'm spending 2-3 hours a day learning more about archaeology because I love archaeology now, right? And that can might evolve into something, or it might not. And if it's not, it's perfectly fine in your application, right? Moving on, boom. Actually, we can go back. Not yet, right? You can talk about, hey, I had this interest for archaeology. I pursued it. Turns out I didn't like it. It's perfectly fine, right? Think about when you guys were in elementary school and middle school. What things did you like back then? Do you still like it now? Right? There, I'm sure there's one or two things that you loved as a little kid or a middle school student that you're like, no, not anymore, right? Or here now, right? So as you grow, as you learn more, you start liking or not liking certain things as well. So let's keep just do that. Right. So next question is, how does this relate to high school success? How does this whole chase happiness thing happen? So little spoilers for the upcoming few topics, right? This directly corresponds to your extracurricular section and the demonstrated interest and passion in the college application as a reader. That's what we're looking for. That's actually the verbiage. Demonstrated interest or passion is what the reader is looking for. So make sure you have that. And the whole theme is chasing happiness. Do what you enjoy. Don't do things because it looks good, right? If you pursue only things that are good, you'll be fine, right? So here's your invitation to act, meaning respond in the comments as well too for you all. I'm gonna have you all be real with y'all. It's time to be authentic. Remember, we are a family here at this event, right? So we can hold each other accountable, or this could be a realization for you, right? So some students, yeah, for sure. All right. Or like, you know what? Like reality check, I am doing things for this other reason, right? So be real. Are the things you're doing in high school because it brings you joy, or are you doing it for the college application? Right. That's a big question for you. Be real. And that's it for this learning session. Hopefully that was impactful and valuable for you. If you have any questions, leave it in the chat box. I'll go ahead and go through the question. I saw a bunch of things. I'll go through it during the break time right now. If you want to text me privately as well too. And then that's it for this learning session. We're going to start learning session number 4 in 8 minutes. So we're going to start learning session number 4 in 8 minutes. I'll see you all soon.
Kings and queens, and this never really happened, it was in my dreams. We'll be lords and ladies of a castle in the sky. We'll be royal courts with thousands of observers, but no more flirts. We'll be everything we wanna be tonight. Everything we wanna be tonight. Lords and ladies of a castle in the sky. Wanna be tonight. Lords and ladies of a castle in the sky. Take my hand, don't let go now. Follow me, don't lose stride. We'll make them envy our love. Forge our own paradise. Don't you start the questioning now. Don't back down, don't fear the pressure. I know we can figure it out. Let's not miss a thing. So get out of your head. We don't know what lies ahead. 'Cause tonight could be our last night. One night. This is now or never. One life. We know we can't live forever. One night. This is now or never. One life. We know we can't live forever. Our love won't lose its hunger. Let's feed its appetite. This world will push and pull us, try and steal our paradise. Don't you start to question it now. Don't back down, don't fear the pressure. I know we can figure it out. Let's not waste a thing. So get out of your head. We don't know what lies ahead. 'Cause tonight could be our last night. So get out of your head. We don't know what lies ahead. 'Cause tonight could be our last night. We will have together one night. This is now or never. One life. We know we can't live forever. One night. This is now or never. One life. We know we can't live forever. So get out of your head. We don't.
All right, all right. Welcome back, everyone. Session number 4, I believe. 4. Woo! This is a fun day so far. Loving all the comments. Thank you for everyone for always messaging the comments. Love the activity. Boom, 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 boom. In there, I saw a few questions before. I am trying to read the chat and try to present and stay within the 20-minute zone each time as well too. So if I don't respond in the live session, I'll probably respond during the little breaks times as well too. But if you are back and you are here and you are ready, warm-up questions. Are you getting value from the event so far? Let me know in the comments. It's my way of making sure that if the things working low key, so you guys know the behind the scenes stuff. This is how I make sure things working. If you can let me and giving me feedback as well too. So are you getting value so far for the event? I got a funny question during the chat. I got a text message saying like, I came here for college admission stuff, and now I'm learning about life. Super, super funny. But for me, that's the end goal, right? For me, I'm like, let's work smart. Let's not. I'm sick of people who just go from step to step to step to step, right? Let's figure out the long term, right? I want success for you even after college, right? Getting to college is awesome, but I want you to graduate from college. I want you to get to that amazing career, have an amazing life as well too. So boom, boom. Getting so much. Yes, for sure. Getting value, learn a lot. A lot. Really mind blown. Love to mind blow people. All right, let's go ahead and jump forward. Session number 4. This is a very practical session as well, too. This is a college pathways. So I know a lot of you guys. One of the big things I sent out a survey before we put this event together, and I was like, hey, what do you guys want to learn about? And I learned that you all don't know too much about the different types of colleges out there. So I want to take this time to kind of chat about the different pathways. I think this presentation a little short, so we do more of the interaction stuff as well too. All right. So different types of college pathways. There's a few, right? So after high school, there's a few college ways. If you want to pursue college still, there's a few ways. The first one's the most common, typical one that most people know about, and that is the 4-year college, right? 4 years of college. At the end of your 4 years of college, you will earn a bachelor's of arts or a bachelor's of science, right? With that said, I do want a little asterisk. I keep it real for you all. It might not really just be 4 years, right? So 4 years is assuming you get into all your classes correctly and you follow the sequence, blah, blah, blah. Few things that actually might make that timeline a little longer than usual, right? One, you can't get into your classes, right? The first 2 years of your classes, the classes are so impacted and so like everyone, because think about it, everyone needs to take those classes. So the classes fill up really, really fast, right? Which means you might not be able to take it. If you don't, you can probably take it next semester, but that might push your timeline back a little bit as well too, because there's also sequential classes, which means for those taking math, right? You have to take algebra 1 before algebra 2. You have to take trig before or you have to take calc BC after AB, or in sequence. Does that make sense? So technically, no, you can jump, but then each one stacks on each other. So same thing with college classes, right? You have to take like English 101 to jump to English 103. Right? That's usually the requirement. So if you can't get into 101 this semester, you have to wait for another semester to enroll in 101, which pushes your 103 back a semester as well too. So sometimes you have that. That's probably the biggest reason why college bachelor's degree take 4, even 5 years, 4.5, even 5 years as well too. And it's not your fault. It's not students' fault. That like, hey, I'm slow or whatever, right? Most of the time, they couldn't get into their classes, so you end up in catch up. You try your best to play catch up, but for some majors and for some colleges, it's really hard to catch up still. But there is financial aid for that 5th year. Just low key, don't tell nobody. Now the whole world knows that because it's public. But that's something to keep in mind as well too. So don't worry too much. Exactly 4 years. You just gotta hit like 120 units or whatever, how many units per college that they're looking for. That's the bachelor's degree. You get a bachelor's of arts, bachelor's of science. There is literally no difference between these two letters, right? People think like, oh, this one's better than another one, or it's more the parents' mentality. You have to get a science degree, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, schools offer different majors for different things, right? So whatever that comes, it's still a bachelor's degree, right? The big difference though, from the 4 years, so from 4 years, it splits into 2 different categories, right? There's public universities and there's private universities. So here's the fun interactive activity with you all. First, can you name some public universities first in the chat? Public universities are public colleges, and then they use the 2 terms interchangeably. So there's no difference between college and university, really, technically. But right now, public universities, in the comments, what are some examples of some public universities? The UCs, right? UCs, Rutgers. I would call it Rutgers until I learned it's called Rutgers. USF is actually not a public university. It's actually a private university. University of Washington, UNLV, University of Las Vegas in your state, correct? UNC, University of Washington, is usually the university of that state, right? Each state usually has at least 1 or more. California's wild, it has 9, actually has 10, but it has 9 undergraduate ones, right? So depending on how big. SUNYs, New York schools, my New York friends, there's SUNYs and CUNYs, right? SUNYs and CUNYs over in the in New York area. right? NYU is actually not a public university either, right? So public universities are is governed by the state. So it's a state university. Tuition is usually cheaper than private universities, but they don't offer as much financial aid as the private. So if you compare like the straight up numbers, private definitely offers a lot more than the public universities as well too. Okay, so that's that. Now moving on, private universities. Now go ahead and let me know in the comments or chat what is some examples of some private universities. Sanya, NYU is a private university. Harvard, Catherine busting out the big one. Harvard University, Campbell University, USC is a private university. Stanford, Berkeley are rivals. For those who don't know, Yale. I love Yale, by the way. Love Yale. I actually don't like Harvard. I visit. I did a score. I hosted. So this is like the random thing about hosting, like creating your own opportunities. In at while at Berkeley, I wanted to visit the East Coast and like check out the schools. I never got the opportunity to, so I created a program and got the funding for it. So me and like 20 people, I think, or 12 people. I forgot how many people we brought. We got to fly to the East Coast and then tour all the universities. So I got to see all the UC, and I didn't pay nothing. It was great. But then, yeah, I didn't like Harvard. Weird. Never like Harvard. I love Yale. Yale is my favorite Ivy League out of all the Ivy Leagues. Right, Chapman. I'm assuming you're local to this area. Pepperdine, really pretty school. University of the Pacific is another awesome school. Vanderbilt, Dartmouth, NYU, Columbia, fantastic. Cal Poly is actually not. Cal Poly is actually a state school under California. Yeah, so that one's actually not one. MIT is a private school though. Rice, Brown, fantastic. Caltech, yes, right. So these are public and private schools, right? So what are some differences? It's some in the private schools and public schools, right? There's some difference. The first one is money, right? So private schools typically cost more, right? And the reason why I didn't include any money in these slides at all is every school is different, right? Every school is governed by their own school, different prices, right? Like for example, the UCs will all have a price, similar price, but they all have different fees. That's why all the UCs have different costs, but the tuition technically all the same for all the universities. All the private schools, like I know, like the Ivies and like the big name like Stanford stuff, like their yearly tuition is like $40,000 to $60,000, even like $80,000 as well too, per year. That's per year. So usually the price you see is a per year cost. Right. So if it says this school costs $20,000, you're planning in your head 20,000 for freshman year, 20,000 sophomore year, 20,000 junior, 20,000 senior year. That's $80,000 total for that degree, right? For me, I have my degree somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Somewhere. My my degree was $120,000, right? It was 30,000 each year. 30, $120,000. Crazy as well too. So that's the first one, right? Two, size of the school. Typically, public universities have bigger sizes, meaning the classroom sizes are huge. At Berkeley, for me, my biggest class was a class of 800 or 1,000 students. So imagine, so if you have never seen a college campus before, and you want to like visualize a lecture hall, if you've been to the movies, right, it's very similar. So imagine going to the movies, right, but instead of it being dark, lights on, right, and there's a person at the corner, at the far end, the professor teaching, lecturing to you, to a group that looks like an auditorium of like a movie theater, right? That's basically the best analogy I have of like a lecture hall. So the smallest lecture hall, I got like 100, 200 people, up to 8,000 people. That's public schools. A lot of public schools offer that. There's also private schools offer a lot of smaller classes. That's why you're paying so much more, is you're getting that more personalized experience. So classes around 20, 30. What does that mean though? So that means if you enjoy more of a, like, you know, your teacher knows you kind of status, right? Private schools might be the better option for you versus if you like, I don't want my teacher to know who I am, right? Like me, the public route was more of what I was aiming for as well too. That being said though, at any school, no matter what, as you start to figure out your major and start to take classes, the class will be small. So for example, I I went to Berkeley as a math major, right? So my first few classes, my calc class, I took discrete math, linear algebra, those classes, big lecture hall classes of like a few hundred each. Then once I got to the actual like math major classes, like the real math classes, right? Small classes of 20 and 30. Right. So that's the big difference there for you. Another thing also is that with big classrooms, there's something called discussions or or some form of like something like discussions or lab where from a big class, they'll still meet in a small group. So this is popular with, for example, let's say bio, right? So, those biology classes you take, the lecture might be big. So a lecture might have a professor and like a few hundred students, but you'll probably do lab with like a smaller group. And you have the discussion group with a small group as well too. And it's the thing about college, in high school, your teacher's grading everything. They're teaching you and grading everything. In college, there's something called TAs, or teaching assistants, or graduate students, or graduate student instructors for Berkeley. They're all some form of like graduate student who helps the professor teach the class, right? Sometimes they actually teach the class. Sometimes they just grade the assignments. Sometimes they lead the discussion groups, right? But that's how you can able to ask questions, because it's very hard to ask questions in a big lecture hall format because they try to squeeze in as much information in you as possible. Right. So just keep that in mind. That's the big differences. That being said, all schools have different variations of it. So as you do more research on the type of schools you're looking for, you'll learn more about each one as well too. Okay. Next one, the path is a 2-year college, right? So if you want to go to a 2-year college, right, this one is called, you get an associate's degree at the end, right? In AA or AS, right? I have one of these as well too, right? So I have an AA degree as well too. This is a 2-year degree. So this is more of your local community college or junior college. So depending on kind of where you're at, I'm sure all of you know at least one school a few minutes away or like 20 minutes away, close by, because there's usually one close by to every single city of their community college or their local, their like junior college program, right? This one, right, is 2 years. You get an associate's, but the biggest thing though is that allows you to transfer, right? And what does this really mean, right? So let's break it down real fast, right? So transferring, how this process works is from high school, right? You can go straight to a 4-year college. It means you go high school, 4-year college, do 4 years, 1, 2, 3, 4. You graduate with your college diploma, right? Boom, college graduate. If you go with the community college route, the 2-year schools, you do 2-year schools, you finish with your 1, year 2, then jump back in. And when you apply, you're applying into year 3. So you're jumping straight into year 3 and year 4, and then you're done as well too. So technically, right, you finish your first 2 years, then transfer straight into year 3, year 4, and then you're out, right? But what's the difference between 1, 2 in 4-year and 2-year, right? Does anyone know what classes people are taking these 2 years? Is it the same? Is it different? Anyone know? Right? So these first 2 years at a 4-year university, you're taking general education classes. Guess what the community college students are doing at the same time also? They're also doing general education classes as well too. So these first 2 years, no matter kind of where you go, you're doing your general education classes and your prerequisites as well too. I think Amy mentioned that your prerequisites or your classes to declare that major, right? Those are basically, oops, what I do? That's what you're doing in these 2 classes as well. Oh, I lost my clicker. That's what you're doing in these 2 classes as well too, right? As well. So technically, right, these 2 classes, you're retaking math, English, reading, writing, all these like classes you have to take, right, at the community college level. So people who actually go to community college save a lot of money and transfer over, right? A lot of people think that community college were like people think of community college are like people who messed up in high school or not smart enough to go to a 4-year university. And again, it could be true, right? It could be true for some folks, but for a lot of folks I know and a lot of people I know who graduate from community college, right? There's other factors as well too. Like I know, again, some of you I mentioned earlier, like I'm the oldest in my family to go, right? What if my family depended on me to stay nearby, right? Some colleges needed me to stay nearby, so I'm able to take care of the family as well too. I couldn't go straight to a 4-year afterwards. I had to stay near home still. Then, so if that's the case, I would go to the community college route first, then transfer out. right? So that's something to think about. It's not a wrong method either way. You can get to the same end result, because the end result is what? The end result is getting to that career. Don't stick diploma, that career, right? And for some careers, you need some form of diploma, which means there's routes as well too. Again, this whole event is all about working backwards from that end goal, not the goal of the diploma, right? Think of the end goal, and be smart about everything that you do to get to that end goal as well too, right? So that's the community college route. Pricing wise, cost wise, you're at the 4-year level, the 4-year colleges, you're paying per semester, per quarter, or per year, one of those three, right? At a community college, you're paying per unit, right? So every unit, so classes are already like several units long, so several units big. So 3-unit class, 4-unit class, 5-unit class, you're paying per unit. So a 3-unit class would be unit times 3 kind of thing. And I think in California, it's like $46 per unit. And the other states have different costs as well too. And each school has their own special costs as well. But the average I've seen is like $50 per unit. So a full-time student is like 2,000 max per year versus like 20, 30, 40,000 at the 4-year school. So that's something to keep in mind as well too, as you're going through there. One last quick thing, I have like 2 minutes left, is the another path is trade and vocational schools, right? I know there's certain people who know I want to be a chef. So if you for sure want to be a chef, right, going to a 4-year school or going to a 2-year school might not help you directly, but you can go to a vocational school, like culinary school, right, to get right away, to get into that field right away. It's a lot shorter, but it depends, right? Every vocational and trade school is like 1 year to like X amount of years. You don't get a diploma though. So with a 2-year degree, your AA, or your 4-year degree, your BA, your bachelor's, right, is yours for life. I have mine. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is anymore. I really don't know where it is. I'll find it. It's somewhere in my office, right? And then it's mine for life. I'm never gonna get it taken away. It's mine, right? With a certificate, with trade schools, you get a certificate. That one expires after a certain amount of years, right? So after that, I have to go back and renew. A good example is real estate, right? Those who want to do real estate, they make a lot of money, right? And stuff like that. But your real estate is not a official degree. It's a certification, right? Meaning every few years, I think 5 years, 10 years, you have to go back and renew it. Either just pay a fine, or not fine, pay a fee, or take a test again. So it's one of those two for all these different careers as well too, right? And so are trade schools bad? Is real estate bad? No, everyone wants to do real estate, so it's not a bad thing. It's just it's a different pathway for those who want to go down that path. Okay. So same thing. My success tip for this one: reverse engineer the process, figure out end goal. Right. This goes back to the career question. Right. Going back to career question: what careers do you want? Go backwards. What do you need to get to that position? Right? Not every career needs certain things that you guys think you guys might need, right? Like, for example, if you want to open your own cookie shop, right? You don't need a business degree. You can just go ahead and open your own cookie shop, right? So there's certain things you got to figure out to do so as well, okay? What about majors? Real quick on this topic, I know this came up a lot during the questionnaire that we sent out. What about majors? How much does that affect anything, right? Really quick, really short. If you guys want to do more, we can chat more about this later during the event as well too. But the major doesn't play a big of a role as you guys think it does. Even your major doesn't even have to equal your career. You can be whatever major you want and still end up with whatever career you want as well too. The only exception is engineering. So if you want to be an engineer, the engineering degree is probably the one you have to go to. But any major can still get you to any career in life. That also applies to like pre-med and pre-law. I got a message recently, so hopefully the person listening right now as well too. But they texted me. I'm torn between being a doctor or being pursuing medicine or pursuing engineering, right? And I was like, why not both? Let's go ahead and push you towards the engineering route while getting the pre-med requirements done, right? Because pre-med and pre-law just means you took these classes. You don't have to be a bio major. My friends, I have 2 friends right now in med school. One is an art major, one's a history major, right? Definitely not bio at all. But then you just have to do the pre-med or pre-law requirements to get into those professional programs. Does that make sense? So that's the big thing. Don't kind of relate major to career. Major is all about the classes you're going to take. That's all, right? Career is different. With that said, last question. I think this is the last question for sure. This session. Do I need activities in my high school that relate to my major? That's the big one as well too. I think that's a lot of questions. Anyone have to answer this one? Do I need to do activities in high school that relate to my major? Any answers to this one? Waiting. I know there's a lag, so it's like I see and I'm like, oh, I'm just waiting. Answer is no. No, no, no. You do not need to know what your major is. You just do what you're in. Chase happiness, follow the passions that you do. Naturally, you'll find a major that aligns. If not, just do undeclared. Literally, everyone's undeclared when you apply to college, right? And then once you're in the process of taking classes, then you start deciding what that major is going to be. So do not need to do. I want to be like, for example, it happens a lot with computer science folks, right? This is the big like, oh, I didn't do these competitions or these robotics things that can't be. No, there's a reason why you chose that major, right? Do what you do. Keep doing what you do to want to do that major, but you don't have to align it directly that way, right? So that's that. Right now in the chat, this is your assignment. I went over a little bit as well too. My apologies. So your break's a little short. Probably only 6 minutes this break. But in the chat, what college or university are you aspiring to attend to? I know we have a lot of juniors, so this is coming up really soon for everyone. Sophomores, freshmen, anything you can start looking at. We listed a bunch of schools earlier, so you can kind of use those as a list to start off with. But which one are you aspiring to attend to? That's your assignment during this break right now. And if you have any questions, anything, leave it in the comments. I saw a bunch of questions go by. I completely missed them. So if you can go ahead and right now retype or copy the question down, I'm going to go in the chat after I move to break mode. I'm going to go in the chat and answer the questions. So just repost your questions so I don't have to scroll up again. That'd be perfect. And yeah, that's it for session number 4. Hopefully you all enjoyed that. We're going to start session number 5 in 6 minutes. Session 5 in 6 minutes. See you soon.
Heart is an ocean, I fill it with hope. No, I can find it, the feeling of home. The way I've been made is keeping me strong. No, I can take a little bit more, a little bit more. Before I move on, holding my head. Before I give up, oh, I know that never gonna give it up, never gonna give it up until I see my break. Yeah, I know that never gonna give it up, never gonna give it up. There's so much life left in me, so much I can say. No more feelings that make me feel insane. And if these feelings come knocking, push them all away. Keeping myself hopeful each time that I pray. A little bit more before I move on. Holding my head Why can't I keep a conversation? Hold on, all of these situations flood in, and I know that I'm still running. Maybe it takes a little time to realize that I shouldn't care what people say. Cause people change from day to day, and we all got demons. But I wanna be someone someday. I wanna be the one who knows of all my worth. I wanna be the one who puts myself first. Now I'm leaving the pieces of someone else's flower base. Oh, 'cause I wanna be someone someday. I wanna be someone someday. Cause I'm gonna be someone someday. And I'm not the kind of girl who's kinda confident. But no matter what it is, I'm gonna be myself with no apologies. Maybe it takes a little time to realize that I shouldn't care what people say. Cause people change from day to day, and we all got demons. But I'm gonna be someone someday. I'm gonna be the one who knows of all my worth. I'm gonna be the one who puts myself first. Now I'm leaving the pieces of someone else's flower base. Oh, 'cause I'm gonna be someone someday. I'm gonna be someone someday. I'm gonna be the one who knows of all my worth. I'm gonna be the one who puts myself first. Now I'm leaving the pieces of someone else's flower base. Oh, 'cause I'm gonna be someone someday.
All right, all right, all right. Man, this friend is flying by. Love the questions. I answered as many as I could before the time. So sorry if I missed a few. We definitely have it. We're having a Q&A later tonight, and there's also a group coaching call in like 30 minutes. So you can definitely ask your questions there as well. But welcome back. This is learning session, I think number 5. Right now it's breezing by. Hopefully everyone's enjoying everything so far. Warm-up question right now. Check if you are all here and present. What is your favorite color? Simple question. My favorite color is yellow, as seen by all my stuff. Yellow is my favorite color. But what is your favorite color, friends? Definitely add that so I know you are here as well. We can get started with today. not 2 days. I'm used to doing these last year's summer camp. Those who were there for last year's summer camp, I used to do one of these per day. So doing all of it back to back to back to back to back to back, 2 days in a row will be wild. I'm super excited for this as well too. Cool. Whoa, the colors are flying by right now. Dark green, red, blue, orange, yellow. Shelby, yellow partners. Boom, boom. Maroon, purple, red, ivy, black. Is black really a color though? It's more like a shade. All right, let's go ahead and get started with learning session number 5. Hope I think everyone's awake now. Fantastic. Learning session number 5. I'm calling it academic success secrets. Do not write the acronym. I just realized that after I did it, which is super funny. Academic success secrets will be this section of the next 20 minutes, right? So first question I have for you all is, what classes are you enrolled in right now? I think the common thing that everyone's in high school right now, or most of you in high school, some of you in middle school. High school now, name some classes. You don't have to name them all, maybe one or two. What classes are you enrolled in right now? I know some of you are, it's 2021 for those who are watching this in the future. It's 2021. Some of us are still in distance learning, which means we're learning on a computer, which is crazy. And some of us are in school right now as well too. So what classes are you enrolled in right now? Feel free to leave it in the chat. So we can just bounce off a few names right here. AP, that's all we know, AP. Geometry, high school biology, advisory, differential equations. Wow, what a fancy class. A push, Lang, bio, world, digital tech. That's actually super cool. Speaking of digital tech, super off topic. Kayla's taking digital tech. You should do a little bit of research on NFTs if you know what those are, dude. The future, NFTs, digital art kind of thing. Algebra 2, AP World, computer science, everything, trig, Sanskrit, very nice. Forensics, chemistry, health science, fantastic. All righty. So as you guys are entering your information over there, right, we do have the end question. Remember, the whole thing, we want to be smart. We want to be smart in everything that we do, right? We don't want to waste time. Ooh, caught my thing, right? We don't want to waste time. We want to be smart. So we want to know, what are colleges looking for? Do you guys want to know what an admissions reader is looking for in the academic section, so we can smartly reverse engineer and just do what we need to do for that? Yes. You want to know what we do? What we're looking for? Yes. Fantastic. Right. So first one, there is a GPA requirement, right? So some schools do have a GPA requirement to certain schools, like, hey, you need at least a 3.0, you need a 3 point something, stuff like that as well too, right? So whatever GPA requirement they're doing, just gotta meet it, right? That's the biggest one. If you don't meet it too, you can still apply. That's the one thing that people don't know too much about. You can still apply, even don't hit that GPA requirement, right? Most schools out there will still look at your application. I have yet to know a school that automatically says no based on single factors, right? Everyone still looks at every single part of your application. So if you're short a little bit, just still submit it. You still have a chance as well too, because some people, I know some folks aren't amazing academically, or there's factors in the academics that kind of pulls numbers down, but you're still a great student, right? So, and schools want to know that as well. So GPA requirements, just meet it, but don't worry too much. But there's two things that readers are looking for, right? Number one, the first thing readers looking for are grade trends, right? Grade trends. What does that mean? There's two trends that are good. Actually, let me start with the bad trend first. I do not want to see A's freshman year in high school, then your grades drop, and your grades drop, and your grades drop. That's bad. That's really, really bad. You don't want that, right? There's two trends though that are good. The first one is called the upward trend, meaning boop, like that, or does that look better on your point of view, right? This means that, let's say, who here, be honest, right? We're all family now. Who here had a rough freshman year, right? for I know some middle schools weren't at the same level as your high school, so your freshman year wasn't the best, right? Like you could have done a lot better, but it wasn't amazing, right? So you might have had a rough freshman year, but you didn't make excuses. Or like people, me, love it, right? You didn't make excuses though, right? You figured out, okay, I need to study more. I need to ask, blah, 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 whatever it is, right? I need to figure it out. So you figured out what you needed, and sophomore year, you did better. Junior year, you did better as well, too. So your grade is going up. That's perfectly fine. That's actually, I like those trends as well too. It's showing perseverance. It's showing there's a lot of things that as a reader we're interpreting as we see your application. Upward gradation is an amazing one. That being said, don't purposely get a bad freshman year and go up. Right? Try to keep it, which goes to number 2. Try to keep it high the entire time. Also, I call it the high plateau. I don't know if other people call it that. I call it that, which means you have A's and B's throughout the whole process, keeping your grades nice and high all years long, right? That's perfectly fine as well too. I've seen both of these. B's are the 2 that look good, right? Anything else besides these are weird, right? With this said as well too, there might be a little weird spots. I know like there's some weird like things there, right? So with that, B's are okay. C's are okay too. I got into both. I got to all my UCs, and I got like a few C's as well too. So don't worry at all if you have like a small handful of C's, right? Definitely, there's other factors as well, right? For those of you who are like, I have an D or an F on my record, right? Don't worry again as well too, right? I'm here to help you relieve your fears. You can definitely repeat those grades, and most colleges out there will actually ignore that first grade. So if you get a D or an F and you retake it, let's say you take geometry, got a D the first time, and you retake it, you got an A, they'll see both grades, but the D will be ignored and your only grade is an A, which means for math, you have a 4.0. Right? That's how that works there, right? However, a C stays. So a C stays in your account, your transcript, and A, and whatever grades higher than C, which are good. But D's or F's can be replaced as well too. So keep that in mind, right? So my little tip for you all is your summers, right? Utilize your summers to either catch up or get ahead. So if you are short classes or you like failed a class or didn't do so hot in a class, use that time to make it up during summertime so you're back on track, right? It sucks always playing catch up. I try to play catch up as fast as possible, or even try to get ahead, right? It's easy to front load your schedule and not worry as much in the back. Still do stuff, don't completely do nothing, but still not as, you don't have to push as hard near the very, very end, right? That's one factor. But it's a second factor that's even more important than the grades, right? The second one is rigor. There's a bunch of questions I saw earlier, and I want to answer a majority of it here as well. So with rigor, right? With rigor, right? What does it mean? This means how many honors level courses are you taking, right? This means more than anything else, right? Like real talk right now. This is the most important part out of anything else. They're trying to see, are you pushing yourself to the academic limit? Is what this section is really asking you, right? What are honors classes? There's a few categories of honors classes, right? First one, there's regular honors. Some schools have their honors version of classes, right? There's AP, advanced placement. There's IB, their international baccalaureate schools with a fancy name for it. And you have your dual enrollment or early college or any foremost, like something like that, basically taking college classes at a community college or even at a 4-year college as well, or even extension school as well too. So let's break through a bunch of these first. First one, AP, right? AP. So advanced placement classes. So advanced placement classes are classes that mimic a college classroom. It's a year long, right? So you take a class for a whole year, and then at the end of the year, you take a AP test, right? And you are all in for a special treat. I'm going to tease you guys already. Right after lunchtime, I'm bringing in the best AP prep expert in the nation to come do a special talk for you all about the AP test this year. So hopefully you guys are excited for that. But real quick, so I don't want to say too much. I'll let him, he's the expert, so I'll let him speak more on this. But the AP test, you spend a whole year, you take a test, right? You can get a score of 1 to 5. 3, 4, 5 is passing. 1, 2 is not passing, right? But even though a 3, 4, and a 5 is passing, not every single 3 or not every single 4 or even not even every single 5 does give you that college credit. The whole purpose of AP courses is to get you that college credit to kind of speed up so you can graduate faster, basically, right? But not every 3, 4, or 5 does get you that college class. And so the easiest way to find out, if you just Google like whatever college, AP, some form of AP credits or validation or something like that. And then it'll show you like, hey, for these classes, you need 2 classes, 2 AP tests with a 5 to get credit or stuff like that. And that's why like not every, so even though you pass the AP credit, it helps with admissions. So admissions point of view, they'll see it. But so from admissions point of view, you take it, right? And you submit it, your scores, they'll help you with that. But from a realistic transferring credits over, not every single credit does count for the college class though. So that's something to keep in mind for the AP classes. But that being said, if your school offers it, you want to take as many as possible that you can do well, right? Don't take all of them and get Fs. Doesn't help at all. But take as many as you can that you can do well in the class and on the test as well too, right? Moving on, next one is International Baccalaureate or the IB program, right? Does anyone here have a school with the IB program? Let me know in the comments. If your school does, so this is for, I'm speaking just to those students, right? If your school does offer an IB program, I personally highly recommend you do the IB diploma, right? That is the one hack that I will give you about the IB program. The IB program is not offered at every single school, right? Some schools use the AP versus the IB. An easy way for those who aren't in IB schools, think of IB as the international AP, right? It's just that only the United States has an AP program, and then it doesn't want to be like the world. Basically, everyone in this, like if you want the whole world to be like the same, everyone should have an IB program, and there's an IB honors level diploma. Highly recommend you do the IB diploma. Here's why, right? Your whole point about these things with the college applications, you want to stand out, right? So one, not many applications come in with an IB curriculum, right? So that's one. So you're already standing out by having a school that does offer it, right? Two is that but how do you stand out amongst those students, right? Very few students actually get the diploma, which is like weird, right? But it's just you have to make sure you hit a certain number of classes, the honors level classes, and then you get the diploma. Get the diploma. It's a huge bragging right on the application because not many students actually finish it. They say I've taken like 2 or 3 honors level, standard level classes. But that's it, right? If you have the opportunity, I highly recommend go for the diploma. That is your main priority. Everything else is extra, right? But for academically, go for the IB diploma if your school offers it. If your school doesn't offer it, don't worry this at all. It does not hurt you or anything at all either, right? So that's just only for the IB school specific students. That's the IB program. Think of it as an international AP. That's the easiest way to think about it. But it doesn't affect anyone else. So don't worry about that if your school doesn't offer it. But dual enrollment. So dual enrollment means as a high school student, you're taking a college class. A high school student, you're like 14 to 17, and you're taking a college class. You're sitting in a college classroom, or even now is like virtually in a college classroom, taking a college class. College classes aren't a year long. They're only a semester long or a quarter, depending on what community college you go to, right? So in 16 weeks, you can earn a college grade, A, B, C, D, F, hopefully it's an A to C. If you get a grade for the class, you automatically get college credit if that class is transferable. Right, you ever hear that? You automatically get college credit if that class is transferable to the schools that you're applying to, right? State schools is probably the easiest one you want to look for, right? So those of you who want to stay in state, this applies to all you, right? If you apply to an in-state public university and you want to dual enroll at a local community college, look up an articulation agreement. Articulation, the big word. Articulation agreement. Those in California is called the IGETC. That's the say I know best. IGETC, it stands for the Intersegmental General Education Transfer Curriculum, right? What that curriculum is a list of classes you take that is guaranteed to be transferable at every UC and Cal State in California, right? Every state has their own version of that. So just Google like IGETC for my state, right? And you'll find that as well too. And if you do enroll, I only recommend taking those classes. Don't take random piano 104 or something, right? That not on the list. Make sure you take classes only on that list. Because a lot of students who do enroll, they like, oh, my school didn't take any of my credits. I'm like, do you check if your college class even was transferable in the first place? No, then you're messing up, right? So only take classes that are transferable. That being said, I've talked to a few parents and a few students as well in the past. They're like, my school doesn't allow. Oh, the best part about dual enrollment too for some schools is that it also double dips into high school curriculum. Meaning, instead of taking high school, like let's say world history, and taking world history at the community college, you can take world history at a community college, which will give you credit. That's for sure transferable, and they'll double dip as your high school requirement as well too, right? So you're killing like multiple birds with one stone, right? Some people say, "Hey, my school doesn't offer it, or my school doesn't let me. My school doesn't let me take classes like that, or it won't count as for high school." I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count for high school, right? You're caring about the end goal, right? Your whole goal is to make sure this transfers to college so you can save some years there, right? That's all, right? So high school, I know some high schools will have their own like little thing about it as well. Cool. I get to, yes, IGETC. So that's dual enrollment. So if you do go on dual enrollment route, I recommend that. My little ninja hack for everyone as well too. I recommend anyone do this, even if your school offers IB and AP, because everyone can do this, right? Everyone can do this. It's not like your school has to offer it. Your school technically doesn't have to offer it. You can still take it as well too. Worst comes to worst, you pay for it, but you do need your high school counselor to sign off on it, right? Every state has their own thing to sign, and then has their own thing to sign. So your counselor or principal has to sign off on it also for you to be able to do dual enrollment. I know some schools, if the school doesn't let you, they'll let you, but you have to pay for it, because usually the schools will pay for your classes, right? So stuff like that. Fun random fact as well too for those who want to know a little more. I actually helped open one of these types of schools a few years ago. Those in Orange County. I opened a school called Unity Middle College High School. It's a dual enrollment early college program where I know a lot of students, you guys have been talking about this in the comments, but that school, we do enroll all the students at the local community college. So they're double dipping by taking college classes. The school is paying for all the classes for them, paying for the books as well too. They just take classes that they get ahead as well. So I personally like this option the most. It's guaranteed credits along you take the right classes. That's the big thing. Along you take the right classes, they're guaranteed credits, unlike AP and IB, which are school specific, right? So that's that. That's it. Cool. We'll do real quick 1 minute. Any questions that I missed that you can copy paste again in the comments so I can pop up right here. How do colleges compare weighted versus unweighted grades? That's an awesome question as well too. So the biggest thing to keep in mind is that you want to compare yourself. So here's a general advice for anyone, for any school, for anything, right? You want to compare yourself to the top X% of your class, depending on what school you want to apply to. So if you're looking at like Harvard, UCLA, Stanford, USC, those top end schools, right? You're looking to be within the top end of your personal high school class. Don't compare yourself against the general pool. It's yes, you do, but it won't be a realistic one. Most schools compare you locally to your region, right? Not the whole pool itself, right? So, and then you probably don't know the region. So for me, look at your high school. It's probably the easiest way. You know who the top X%. I'm sure all you guys know. If I tell you, hey, who's like the top dogs of your school academically, right? Those folks. Compare yourself to them, right? So if you are within their range, you have to be exact, right? Are you somewhat in that area? Then you're good, right? If you are not, let's say you're they're all taking like 5 APs and you took like 1, right? It's a big difference, right? But if they took 5, you took 4, same range, right? And you refine as well too. So compare yourself with that. The numbers doesn't really matter. I think a lot of students mess up a lot on the weighted, unweighted. The reason why I didn't add it to my slides is it doesn't make a big deal. That's the big one. So that's the big thing I want to keep in mind. That don't worry too much with the GPA, because I haven't said GPA is not a big deal. It's the trends that they're looking for. The trends and the rigor is what they're looking for as well too. Okay. How would they look at COVID A's? They're normal, right? They don't treat any grades differently. Teachers are held to a certain standard as well too, right? So it's not like they're dumbing down the class or anything. Plus, you're navigating through a difficult time, right? It's all about how you explain it as well, too. Um, uh, are college decent as repeatable? They are, right? Any decent as you can repeat and it'll overlap. But I think colleges are, I think high schools too, they have a certain limit. So once you hit a limit, you can't do it no more. I think it's like 12 units, 12, 13 units as well. What if schools have? What if our school doesn't have any? Then you're just compare yourself to the top end of your class, right? My school, for example, my high school didn't have any honors classes or APs, right? So it's all regular classes. So as long as I was in top end of the regular classes, you should be fine as well too. Just compare yourself locally to your area. Colleges know the context of everything as well. Ivy Study Abroad International School. I think we asked this earlier. So Study Abroad is a great program. It's usually offered when you're in college. So Study Abroad, you get to study in a different country, right? Europe, Asia, are the two popular ones I see the most, right? You can do different options. The first option is taking studying abroad in that home language. So if you go to, let's say you study abroad in Italy, you'll take Italian spoken classes that you take for college, right? Boom, that's one way. Another way is you can take an English version of the class. So there's still English teachers who speak English there, but you just take it in that other country. I highly recommend if you have the opportunity to do that, do it. That's one of my regrets. I didn't get to do it, but all my friends who did loved it. So I definitely, if you can, do it. For international colleges, just gotta beat the requirements. That's all it is, right? So every school, same thing applying college, right? They have different requirements. Oh, you meet them, you do it. I have a few friends who did do it. I think they all went to like Spain or like the European areas as well too. Still a bachelor's degree. Just to be careful. The only thing you gotta be careful about is to make sure that it's equivalent. If you want to go back to America and stay and do whatever it is, like for example, a big common one is like medical degrees. Other countries might not equal the same medical degree here in the United States. Just keep that in mind. That's it. If you took AP, but the exam you did terrible, yeah. So it happens to everyone. I see it all the time on the application, right? Still submit your grades, right? Worst comes to worst. Schools, I'll chat about this tomorrow, so remind me tomorrow if I don't talk about it. But there's something called neutral value to these these negative scores per se. So that's that. How do you see that? Yeah, so you send the scores. So it's based on if you want to send the scores or not. Cool. All righty. So time for you to hype you up, dude. It's been almost 3 hours strong. You guys are super rock stars. All right, so I'm gonna get you guys pumped up now. You guys get hyped up. So if you're excited, let me know in the comments somehow you're excited. But next, here's a plan for the next few hours. We're wrapping up. There's 3 hours left today. It's going by so fast. I hope everyone's enjoying this. It's my first time doing an event somewhat like this. So I hope you're having fun so far. All right. The next hour is going to be our lunch break, right? So in 5 minutes, we have a lunch break. So enjoy, go eat lunch. I'm gonna go grab. Actually, I'm gonna DoorDash lunch and then do this also as well too. We also gonna host our group Zoom coaching call at the same time as well too. It's one of our VIP perks that everyone's gonna have access to. I'm gonna post the link in like 10 seconds. I don't think you guys can join though, because I have to join first. So I'm gonna join at 12, but you guys can write down and be ready for it as well too. We're gonna do that from 12 to 1. Very fun. We'll just in the comments, if you have a question, just write the question and we'll go in order as well too. I'm gonna record it though too. So if those who are aware, I'm gonna record it as well and send it out to everyone. To those who cannot make it as well. Same thing. We have 1,000 something students. First 100, if not many people show up, is in as that. Okay. You guys ready with the phones? Ready? Boom! That is the link. That is the meeting ID for Zoom. I'm sure you all are Zoom experts now. The meeting ID is 868-7750-341-3415. The password is Advantage. Oh, those who are watching the replay after this link will no longer be live. So ignore this for those who are watching the replay. But those who are here live, write this down, take a picture. So you guys are ready for it. You guys ready? I'm gonna switch sides. I'm moving 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And if you're lazy like me and didn't want to write down, I also created a fast link for you guys too. So those who wait, right? CoachTonyLee.co/coaching call. It automatically opens the Zoom for you. There, don't leave yet, or else you're gonna miss out on some fun things. So just write it down. Don't go yet, right? I'm seeing numbers. No one left yet, so it's good, right? So that's 1. At 1 p.m., right? At 1 p.m., once you guys are back, so lunch break comes back at 1 o'clock, or Pacific, sorry, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, right? 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to have my buddy come by. He's going to talk about what's happening with the 2021 AP exams. So if you have anyone here in AP classes, he's the guy you want to ask your questions for. So definitely be ready for that. We're gonna start exactly at 1 o'clock. He also has 20 minutes too, so it's gonna be fast session, right? His name is John from Marco Learning. They have the cutest mascot and the cutest logo of all time as well too. So that is that at 1:30. I'm gonna type you up again at 1:30. I have another one of my friends coming as well too. So one of my friends coming, this is a duo. They're gonna come chat about how to build an activities list that admission advisors will notice. So those of you who are talking about, like activities, blah blah. These are your go-to activity experts as well too. Is Joanna and Elena from College Tracker, a really amazing app that they released recently as well too. So I'm super pumped for them. They'll be here, and at 2 o'clock today, we're gonna have FYE. If you guys know what the acronym means, good for you. If you don't, we gotta find out 2 p.m. what that means. Get the unfair advantage with virtual clubs. So the concept of virtual clubs, we have an amazing speaker. This person was really hard to get, but I got him for you all. So congrats to everyone. But I'm super, super pumped for this speaker. Coach Tony, that's me. I'm gonna present on this topic of the unfair advantage with virtual clubs as well, right? So moving on, first one, right? Here's your invitation. So here's the lunchtime activity. So if you choose to do this, you can hand. You don't have to, right? But if you choose to do this, right? One, the main question I would love you to answer is: are you loving this event so far? It's only been, I think, 25%. Khalid, link for the Zoom. I will post it in a bit. Hang on. I see you writing it like multiple times. 2 seconds, right? Are you loving this event so far is the main question. And for me, like, remember, like I said, my 3 expectations at the very beginning, I'm going to give you as much free stuff as possible, which hopefully I am delivering with that. Second thing, I'm going to ask for participation. And I really thank everyone in the comments right now. You are delivering back at me with feedback and stuff. Love that. And number 3, I'm going to ask for reviews as well too. So throughout the event, this is the first time I'm going to do this. We have a few more opportunities as well too. But first one, are you loving this event so far? And if so, I would love to know that so I can share it with other people as well too. So if you can let me know via text, like a little paragraph, 3 to 5 sentences about how you love the program and you love Coach Tony. Wink, wink. Via text, if you are like a writer, right? Send me a text, send me a message, or even better, if you can record a quick selfie video of the event saying, hey, I'm at this event with Coach Tony. I'm learning so much stuff, blah, 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 blah. You're missing out if you're not here. Anything you want. Either way, it works best for me. If you can send it to my Instagram at Coach Tony Lee, or you can text me as well too at the number 714-266-1176. This is my first invitation to ask for reviews of the program, and so I can share this with other people, so I can hopefully throw bigger and bigger and bigger events in the future as well too. So you're helping me help more students, so thank you so much, right? And to also that's the intrinsic motivation for you to like feel good to help other people, but here's the extrinsic motivation for you as well too. I'm gonna do a raffle for everyone who submits one by by the end of the event. 2 winners will be getting or 1 winner, maybe 2. We'll see. 1 or 2 winners will be getting a gift card to Amazon, Starbucks tonight, and that'll be based on how many things I get as well too. So hopefully that gives you the intrinsic to help other folks and the extrinsic motivation to win something for yourself for doing so as well too. So hopefully that was good. I'm gonna go ahead. If it's okay with everyone, I'm gonna push Zoom back a little bit. I'm gonna try to grab some food first. But I will open the Zoom room at 12:10. So in like 9 minutes, 12:10. Zoom room, Pacific, 3:10 Eastern, and whatever time zone you are at. The link again for the link right there, coachtonylee.co/coaching call. You shouldn't be able to join. If you can, then you can. But if not, I'll open it in a few minutes, and you can jump in, and we'll do the coaching call there. And then yeah, and I'll see everyone back. So if you're not doing the coaching call, enjoy lunch, enjoy a little break. Go if you use restroom, get water, whatever you guys need to do. I'll see everyone back here. I'm gonna leave this room running. If you have any questions, let me know as well too in the chat, or text me. And I'll see everyone back at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Peace.
the end. The portrait in this place makes the stars descend, full of grace. They light the way as these hearts ascend into place as one array. We know it's a life wasted and your heart is gone. I know what you're fighting, but I can't take it anymore. You're addicted to the pain, madness slowly taking over. Can you tell me when it ends? Will you ever be sober? Shadows slowly takes over, it is so dark. I just want to see the light. Can you tell me when it ends? Can you tell me when you see the light? Can you see the light? Shadow slowly takes over, it is so dark. I just want to see the light. If you see the light, I will be there now. If you see the light.
All righty. What's up, everyone? It is 1 o'clock. It's wow, 4 hours. This video has been going live for 4 hours. Crazy. We're still waiting for our next speaker, but until he gets here. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, the view count has started jumping up higher and higher and higher. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had an amazing lunch break so far. I have been munching on a Sour Patch. I'll get real food after this. Keeping me going, keeping me the energy going as well too. All right, let's as we're waiting for our next speaker, let's go ahead and get the comments back rolling like crazy. What are some takeaways so far? What have been some lessons you've learned? Something that stood out to you? Something that like you didn't know before? Something you learned brand new? Let's go ahead and share our takeaways in the comments right now. So if y'all want to go ahead and learn how add your takeaways as well too. Allow you here. Don't all go at once. All right, Sammy, you can get financial aid up to 5 years in college. That's correct. That's a little secret hack. They advertise for, but you can ask for that 5th year as well too if you need it. If you don't need it, you don't have to. But if you need it, they do offer that. And tomorrow we're gonna chat more about financial aid as well too. Tomorrow I have our scholarship expert is gonna be dropping by to chat more about scholarships, and then I'll also talk a lot about financial aid process as well too tomorrow. So hopefully that will be super exciting for everyone. What stood out to me was removals. All right, you guys mind if I pop your names in here? Boom. Removals. I didn't realize most of the removals I've been doing it until today. I think that's a big one. I think once I understood the concept of removals, it definitely leveled up my game kind of thing. Because I think you try to do more and more, right? Because the big thing is like, okay, cool. I know I need to do this thing. Let me keep doing more things to get to that thing. But I realized that your removals are like slowing you down or eating up the time so you can't get to that other one as well too. Okay, that's a big one. Good one, Kimberly. How's the plan? The end goal, reverse engineer, majors not equal careers. And then there's a lot of different pathways in career for 100%. I think the first lesson right there is like the magic lesson for anything, right? You can apply to college, you can apply to a job, you're going to apply for in the future, apply to anything basically you kind of want, right? So reverse engineer the whole process backwards, right? So what do you want? Let's work backwards. Be smart about it, right? Why go through all the hoops and obstacles when you know someone who's already done it? Just follow their path. Right? Super awesome. Therese, the removal concepts is a big one as well too. I didn't know that the first year of college learned the same thing. Probably better say 2 years. Yeah, for some people, it's nicer to do the 2 years community college. You save a lot of money. I think money is a huge factor in contributing to that. Is one. Another big thing though. Another thing that people, I'm gonna flip that around as well too. There's a reason why people go straight to the 4 years though, is also because they will, you miss out on that like freshman college experience, right? So that's what people say. But if you don't care about that, or it's not one of your priorities, or that doesn't align with your end goal, you don't need to, right? For sure. Removals. I'm surprised your major doesn't have to be related to your career. That's a huge takeaway, Lynn. I think that's a big thing a lot of students are stuck on. They were stuck on like, oh, I want to be this, I have to do this, right? It's always a thing. And at the end, I challenge you to talk to like saying your parents, friends, people, look people up at LinkedIn. You'll see that their career does not equal their major. So what they're doing now, successful people you see now, doesn't, they weren't that in college. They didn't study to do that in college, right? Crazy. Don't do stuff for college, but rather follow your passions, right? That's a huge thing, because at the end of the day, here's a big lesson on that as well too. Because at the end of the day, right, let's say you don't get in. So the worst case scenario, you don't get into that college, right? Are you still happy with the progress? For most people who do stuff just for the college factor, they're not happy, right? They work so hard to get into this one school, and they didn't get in. Versus, right, if you do things you enjoyed, if you don't get accepted to that school that you want to get into, right? If you didn't get into that school that you want to get into, right, you'll still be fine, right? You still will be fine as well. Okay. I get C, man. That's an awesome concept. So for those quick recap for those folks, I get C is basically the high school or for the community college transfer to for community college to a 4-year university in California. Every school has their own variation of this as well too. Prioritize your health. That's a big one. Is it Abigail? Right? Huge. I think that's once you realize that, like, if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of others. Then the one thing I kept seeing in the comments today as well too is that you are like, you want to help other people. You are very humble. You want to give back, help other people, help your family, help others, right? But if you can't help yourself, you can't help other people, right? And that's the big one as well. Okay. We're still waiting for our next speaker. So just to make sure we don't fall off schedule, I'm gonna go ahead and jump to my chat first, if that's okay with everyone. Is that okay, everyone? If I jump straight to the my topic of virtual clubs, talking to my topic of virtual club itself, FYE. Right, so I'll go ahead and jump there. And once our speaker comes, we'll try to readjust our schedule back on time. That's the fun of doing a live. Live mistakes happen. Not mistakes. Things happen, right? We adjust with that as well too. So moving straight. So this is more of an interactive activity. So this will be more fun with you all, right? So for this one right here, the concept of virtual clubs, right? So moving back a little bit as well too, extracurriculars, right? You guys know it's a big factor, right? So there's very few things you have on your application. Academics is one section of it. Extracurriculars is like majority of everything else, right? So here's the something I want you all to think about when it comes to stuff like this, right? Let me actually write it. I can see the board, right? You see my board? Boop, boop. Right? So the thing is the magic 24 hours. Right? Boom. 24 hours, right? So 24 hours. Actually, no, we'll take a pause from our 24 hours. Our amazing guest speakers here. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead. We'll take a pause for 24 hours. Erase that. Ignore that. And then I'm going to introduce. So I'm going to introduce my good old friend. He is the from Marco Learning, the #1 test AP prep program out there right now. I know a lot of you are in AP classes right now, and you're like, what happened? Because they made a big announcement recently as well too. So we have John here. John's gonna chat all about that. And if you have any questions, feel free to let him know as well too. I'm gonna bring him on. And hello, John. Oops.
Hi. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. How are you?
It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make sure I can see. Yes, I can see the comments now. So as you guys are processing all this, and I'm introducing myself and what went on with this year's exams, let me know what AP subjects you're taking, because there's some different things going on with different exams. So I'm John Muscatello. I'm the founder and CEO of Marco Learning. Marco Learning helps AP students and teachers get ready for AP exams. And it is quite a month to be like, we're 2 months out from AP exams. And as you said, it is crazy right now. So there's a lot to say. I'm going to break it down into a few key highlights, like a few key things you guys need to know. If anyone took exams, I see some AP Human Geography people. I see some other people here as well. Wow, that's physics, micro, macro, lang, world history. There's a lot going on. All of these exams this year in 2021 are going to be full-length exams. So in 2020, they shortened them out. They made them 45-minute exams. Not this year. They're going to be the full 3 hours. They're going to cover the full curriculum. The only exception there is AP Physics 1. And I saw we had an AP Physics 1 student. AP Physics 1 is getting rid of units 8, 9, and 10. So we've got a full exam, full curriculum. That is, as we see in the caption there, the main headline that we learned about in December. We posted on the Marco Learning TikTok, but is very, very important. And the official reason for this is the College Board is saying, look, the colleges want to give credits only if they've got a full exam. So I know you're behind, too bad. You got to take that full length exam. Second thing we know is that you can take the exams in person at your school or at home. So there's 2 different locations you can take exams. Unfortunately, you don't get to pick. Your school picks for you. So they may ask your opinion about it, but it's really up to the schools to figure out, can they safely deliver an in-person exam in early May, or are they going to make you take it at home? Now, the exams are in 2 different formats. This is a slightly different point. They're paper and pencil. All the paper and pencil exams are in school, but they're also in a digital format. And all the digital exams are going to be at home or in a school. And that's very overwhelming to you. That's because it is overwhelming. See what I mean about this year being a kind of a crazy year, super complex. So just to review, we've got AP exams that are full length, cover the full curriculum. We've got AP exams taking place in early May at your school and in mid-May, late June at home. But we also have these 2 different formats. And then, guys, it gets even more complicated than this, because some of the AP exams are going to be digital only, like AP Chinese and AP Japanese. Some exams are paper and pencil only for the first 2 administrations, but digital only in 2 and 3. So there's all these confusing things. The key to remember is you got to go exam by exam, because they're all a little bit different. And as you guys have questions about this, I see a ton of AP Physics 1 people here, some AP Human Geo people. Let me know your questions about AP exams. I can answer as we go. So like I've been referring to, there are 3 sets of dates. The first set is the first 2 weeks of May. Next one's the next 2 weeks of May. And then the first 2 weeks of June. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys know when you're going to be taking all these AP exams, AP Lit, Research, APUSH? So you can let me know if you like already know. Some people are going to be figuring out in the next few weeks, but things can change because it's the pandemic. A couple things about tech requirements. On the digital exams, you cannot use a phone. So I have an iPhone. That's great. 3 little eyes cameras. That's not going to help me on this year's exam like it would have in 2020. I've got to take it on a desktop, a laptop, or a school-issued Chromebook. So this is one of the big questions. And one of the questions I just saw is, are these going to be open book, open note? And the answer is officially no. But also, like, how are they going to stop you at home? I don't really know. I mean, the advice that I'm going to be giving you guys is definitely follow the rules and don't even, I don't think that cheating is as beneficial as you think it is, especially when you look at some AP exams. They're giving you the document or the thing you have to respond to. If you're taking an AP World History DBQ, you got the documents right there. Like digging around and trying to cheat is going to be tricky. One of the ways they're going to try to stop cheating, and I posted about this on the Marco Learning TikTok, is they're going to block you from moving back and forth on each question. So once you're on the digital exam, which you can see, by the way, I've posted about this online. You can actually see what they look like. You do like question 43, you press next, and it's over. You are locked in on each of those individual components of the exam. So it's kind of a scary thing. You're gonna have to balance your time, figure it out, get your tech sorted out, because there's no phones, no iPads, no personal Chromebooks. You got to use a desktop, a laptop, or a school-based program. Now, some of you might have seen I posted about this kind of went really viral actually on our account. It was like 3 million views on this video, that they're going to require cameras to watch you during the exam. The backlash was so intense to this that they removed that requirement, and they're no longer requiring cameras or photo IDs. So that's one of the things about this year's exam that's already changed. You can expect that there will be more changes coming in the coming weeks and months, because that's how College Board rolls. Couple other things I want to share with you. If you are in, I saw if you are in Capstone and Computer Science Principles people, if you're in any of those subjects, you've got a deadline that's being extended to May 20th at midnight. This is one of the freakiest things of all. The digital exams on some of the exams are going to be in a different format from the paper and pencil exams. So let's take a look at some of the people here. Got a lot of AP US History, AP World History people in here. And I see a few other, let's see, AP Spanish So let's just take a few of these as an example. AP US History, they're going to throw out the long essay question and give you new short answers on the digital exam. So you're going to see a different kind of question on the digital exam than you would on the paper and pencil. That's weird. Maybe you're practicing and studying for a long essay question, take the digital exam, it's gone. That 40-minute essay will be replaced with new questions. I saw, Stephanie, you're taking AP Chem. AP Chem is going to add more multiple choice on the digital and shorten the free response. That's weird too. You're practicing out of a book, you're practicing in class on AP Classroom. The actual exam you take will look different from your books. It will look different from AP Classroom. That's a pretty important change to keep in mind. And let's see, looking for a few questions. Yeah, and I'm going to come back to some of these more general ones. Yeah, Madison, to say this correctly, Administration 1 of the dates is the first 2 weeks of May. The Administration 2 is going to be the second 2 weeks of May. And Administration 3, which is going to be mostly digital at that point, will be in the first 2 weeks of June. I think it wraps up by June 11th. So yeah, keep these questions coming. What a great group in here, asking amazing questions, keeping me, let's just see, I think I've got all of them. Yeah, again, you can't go back and forth between the questions. And then Abigail's question I'm going to come to in just a minute. Two other things I wanted to say this year. There are no cancellation fees on this year's exam. So if I'm just stressing you out here, just throwing stuff out, a couple of people wrote on our TikTok account, like, this is super stressful to think about. You don't have to pay a penny to cancel your AP exams. Just contact your AP coordinator. The College Board knows we're still in a pandemic. They're offering that flexibility for everyone. And then finally, remember this, there's a couple key dates that are important for you. On April the 8th, April 8th, College Board is going to actually release the software of the digital exams to let us all practice. So this is something Coach Tony will probably post about on his TikTok account and give you guys advice on, but you're gonna actually be able to see inside the portal. You can look at some sample questions from their guide. That's what I posted on our account. But on April the 8th, you can actually log in and do practice questions. So that was a whirlwind tour of all this stuff going on. We have a ton of this material. I've made videos for this on our YouTube channel. We've really got a lot going on. But let's see, I want to look at a couple of these questions. Abigail, I promise I'd come back to yours. What's the best strategy for answering AP questions? So I'm not exactly sure if you could follow up with what you mean by answering AP questions. I think the way that you study for the questions, the way that you answer them is going to depend on the format you're taking, the subject that you're in. Couple other questions I'll take. Tiffany, while you're typing that in, Abigail, Tiffany, you're asking, will they be using a lockdown browser? The word lockdown does appear in the digital testing guide. So they are going to do something to lock your computer down, which I think is going to be important. The makeup tests, Madison, there are going to be 4 rounds of tests. 3 have been published. If you have a problem in test administration 1, they can bump you into test administration 2. They just need 7 days in advance. So that's how that will work. And then they're going to announce at some point this group of 4th set of exams for, if something goes wrong with the digital exams. So there's a great question here about physics 1 and economics. How are we going to draw those diagrams? The answer is, instead of making you draw a diagram, they're going to give you diagrams and make you write about them on digital AP exams. So in a real exam, normal paper and pencil, you're like scribbling out your microeconomics chart. You're doing all that stuff on the actual so that's what you're doing in a normal exam. On the digital one, they're going to say, hey, pick which graph is the right one and explain why. They're going to make you write things out more. And they're also adding special symbols in. And Amelie, you're asking, how do we know which administration date you can take? You've got to wait for your AP coordinator to speak to you. Some schools just do not have the room to support all the people. Some schools do not have the technology. So they're either gonna ask for your opinion, or they're gonna tell you what's what. Unfortunately, this is not like SAT. You can't just like log in and change your own thing. You've got to work with your AP coordinator. How do I feel about AP research? This is tricky. I mean, I think the College Board's extended the deadlines, which is always a good thing, right? But it's really hard. Everyone is so far behind. So I don't know what to do. I actually teach here at a school in central New Jersey. I have 6th, 9th, and 12th graders. And every single class, I'm far behind on the subject materials. Every teacher in America is off pace. We're all struggling with this unusual year. And yes, that's right, Madison. Let's see, for Amy, will the practice be based on the AP test we're taking or just off of the program itself? So the practice the program that the College Board releases on April the 8th is going to be a platform that contains practice questions. And so that's really nice. They're doing two things, giving you a month with the program to like try it out. It's kind of awkward, locks you into each question. And they're going to give you actual individual practice questions you can use. AP Bio and AP Psych, there's something I'll do in the chat here. I'll post actually towards the end, I'll post about, we have an exam formats guide that breaks this down. But yes, AP Bio, I believe, is less changed than the science, but there is an extension of some of the figure drawing. You're not doing any Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, because on the digital AP exams, you can't take a picture of your work with your phone and then upload that in. So let's see. Abigail, I run into a lot of AP questions where multiple answers seem correct. How should I go about answering those? Two things. You're totally right, especially in like AP English Lang, AP English Lit. You're like, you get rid of A, B sounds good, C sounds good, D sounds okay, E sounds bad, and then you're stuck with 3. My advice to you, I did a lot of work over the years. I was at the Princeton Review for 16 years. I taught all these tests. My advice is to focus not on getting every question right, but on eliminating wrong answers and doing your best from there. It's perfectly good and perfectly normal on an AP exam to just, I don't know, have it down to 50-50 and pick one and move on. You can get a 72% correct on most AP exams and still get a 5. So a perfect 5 on an AP exam is a C- on a multiple choice test. That's a very unusual. That's not how SAT and ACT work. That's not how really any other standardized test works. So when you're stuck between 2, remember the big picture. You're trying to get as many points as you can, not to be perfect. If you're going for a really high ACT score, you got to be perfect. High AP score, not so much. Coach Tony saying, can a student self-study for the AP test without taking the class? Absolutely. Though if you haven't registered for the exam, you have like days until that registration deadline. But there's an article on the Marco Learning website about, I wrote about how I took AP art history into my high school without ever having taken a class. I just spent 3 weeks studying. I like crammed and I got a 4 on the exam. And then I went to NYU and they gave me credits. And I had enough credits from all my AP exams to graduate a year early. That's what's awesome about AP. You can graduate early. So Madison, they're shortening they're formatting the questions differently. I think Bio is doing less to actually like completely rechange the format the way it is for Chem. Sophia, it's great to see you here. You've got AP statistics. Yes, almost all the maths are going to have a different type of format, different engagement with the calculus section on calculus. So in fact, I'm going to see if I can grab that. Oh, I have it right here. This is our article that actually has all this information in one place. Let me see if I know how to do this. I think that, okay, I just posted that in the private chat and maybe Tony can push that out. That's an article that breaks down all of the points I just made for you, basically in the order which I did. And there's a handout there that is the formats guide. And I'm also going to post this. This is like a nice little PDF that you can use to search around, find your exam, and then you can take a look. So yeah, thank you, Tony, for pulling this up. This is the exam. And then if you zoom in on this, you can see like right there, here's something crazy. Look at these top 2 boxes. All of the foreign language exams, including Latin, including Spanish Lit, including music theory, which is, I guess, a language. All of those have to be taken in school only. You cannot take them at home. That's a big deal. So Tony, I don't know if we're a little bit low on time. I think I've done almost all the questions.
We'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, great. A couple more things. I just want to see if there's any other AP Human Geography Esperanza. I'll recommend that you go to at the Human Geo Guy on Instagram. He is a really great presenter. He's got tons of information. He's actually going to be going live. We're going live every single day on our YouTube channel at Marco Learning for AP exams, including live for AP Human Geo, and then we're going to post those resources there. So great, lots of love in the chat. This is great. Amelie's asking, how are marks determined on an AP exam? So it varies by the subject, it varies by the year, but your general rule of thumb, let's just say, is around 75% of the multiple choice, 75% of the free response thing. So again, a nice, good old fashioned C will get you that perfect 5. Take it down 10 percentage points, 60%, that's going to be the 4. 55, 58%, 50 something percent, that's going to be a 3, and so on and so forth. Um, so, and Bao, that's a great question about the modified rubric. No, they're all going back to their normal, regular rubrics. If an exam has changed a question type, like they'll do some stuff behind the scenes, but the main rubrics are going to be normal. Great. And recommendation for Fiveable. Fiveable's got a lot of great resources on their website. And yeah, at the Human Geo Guide. So, wow, I've been talking a mile a minute. I hope I haven't overwhelmed anyone. Everett, you're asking about AP World. Definitely check out Anti-Social Studies. That's a great YouTube channel and Instagram channel. Also, Heimler's History. He's amazing. He's got tons of stuff on his channel for all the units, all the skills that you need. And in fact, on our TikTok, I put, like, if you scroll down on our main page, you'll see examples of how to study for each of these things: human, geo, English, language, lit, and everything else. Wonderful. What a great group, Tony. This is a real honor for me to present such a charming, wonderful group of people.
Yeah, I think we have like the best students ever in this group. So I'm super pumped. We've been going live since 9 a.m. Pacific over here.
Wow.
So almost 5 hours, and they're still going strong. So it's amazing.
That is incredible. Well, guys, you should be really proud of yourselves. You're starting early in the year. You're starting with asking the right questions. There's tons of smart questions. You got the right attitude, right? Because you could go into this, you could say, it's also overwhelming. I'm behind in everything. What do I do? I have anxiety about the test. Push all that away. You can absolutely do everything that's in front of you. You've got 10 weeks really before a lot of these exams start, 9 weeks. Take your time and focus on what is actually going to help you. Being concerned isn't going to help. So set goals that you can reach. And let's see, looking at a couple things, real quick, a couple recommendations for AP US Gov, just because I see this from Amy. Definitely check out Tom Ritchie's channel. And also at Marco Learning, we've got our study guide pack for this. We have free practice tests on our website. Tony linked out to it, so tons of great stuff. And the Chinese exam, I don't know enough about. It's going to be unusual too, because it's fully digital. It's going to be one of the only exams that's only digital this year. And unfortunately, AP Chinese is such a small part of the picture that it is basically going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Chinese is not going to have as many resources as everything else. And then Physics 1, I would definitely recommend a couple of YouTube channels. There's a guy called Math and Physics Tutor. If you just Google that in YouTube, you'll be able to find him. And Flipping Physics for Physics 1 is a really great channel. AP Econ, your guy is Jacob Clifford. He's going to help you out with all of this. So, Tony, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I actually had the wrong link coming in earlier, but
no worries.
I'm really glad I got to spend some of the afternoon with an incredible group of students, and I love your channel and everything you guys are doing. So
thank you so much. I think real quick before you head out, I just want to thank you again for taking your time. I know I think everyone's super busy, so thank you for squeezing a little bit of time for us. One cool thing, I know that students have been loving you. You get more comments than I do. So they definitely love interacting with you. I think one little teaser that I want to throw out to all the students and free, like an invitation for you as well too. Next month, we may or may not be hosting another weekend event as well too, and it's focused all around APs. So we would love to have you back if you are.
I am available. Sign me up. I had such a great time this afternoon with you. Like I said, I really love the resources you put out and this group of students. So let's be in touch, and I'd love to chat with you guys. AP, it's my favorite thing in the whole wide world. So thank you, and have a great day.
If the students want to follow you or follow up with you, what's the best way for them to contact you or follow any way for you?
Yeah, I would say, so we use our channels a little bit differently. TikTok is where I'm going to give you the news. Instagram is a great place to DM us and talk to us. And I would say YouTube is where, again, we're going live every single day this month. That's where we're going to get the really helpful review. So DM us on Instagram if you want to chat, and definitely stay in tune with us on the TikTok channel, where you'll see me doing random things and talking about what's going on. So yeah, that's where Amy knows my TikToks and my hand sanitizing. So anyway, thank you so much. You guys have been a great group, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much, John. All right. How cool was that? Super, super awesome. We're still back on schedule. Thank you, Aaron, for the awesome comments as well too. And we're gonna jump straight into our next session as well too. So no break this time. We had a mini break at the very beginning. No break this time. So just to warm up the next workshop, in the comments, little warm up activity. Can you write what's one thing you're doing right now outside of school? So outside of taking classes, what activities are you doing in school right now? Right? It could be like from home right now also, right? So message the same thing, same passion with nonstop comments. Same thing here. What activities are you working on? And as you are doing that, I'm going to welcome in our two next special guests. I'm super, super pumped for this next group. They are amazing. They are the activity experts. So if you think about anything extracurricular, anything activities, these two are the go-to experts when it comes to that realm of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. Have Joanna and Elena. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. It's been 5 hours, talking for 5 hours so far. So it's good, Sean. So these two are the amazing extracurricular folks. They're from College Tracker. I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Elena, and as Tony said, we are from College Tracker, and I'm here with Joanna today. And we are going to talk to you guys about how to make a standout activities list. So we have a little presentation here for you guys. We'll go through that. We want to talk generally about the things that you should be doing each year in terms of, what you should do from ninth grade all the way up to your senior year. And then we're also going to just talk about how you can really stand out. So as you guys know, SAT and ACTs kind of been up in the air this year, and it's even more important to really focus in on what makes you different and how to tell your story for college admissions. So the way that you can do that, besides doing really well in school, of course, is through your activities. So a little bit about us. Joanna and I have been working together in the education space, in college admissions, in education technology. Really for the past decade. We worked in marketing and product creation at the Princeton Review, and actually with John at Marco Learning. And we are founders of the College Tracker. So we actually founded this free app that's available. We'll talk about that later, but let's go ahead and dig into it. One additional thing, we do have some social channels that you can follow us. You can follow us on Instagram or TikTok. We've been putting up lots of videos to kind of help you guys sort through the college admissions process. So check us out there as well. All right, we'll dig right into it. So is anyone out there that's a freshman in high school at this point? All right, cool. So ninth grade, this is kind of your first year of high school most of the time. And really what we recommend for this particular year, this is the time for you to get out and do all sorts of things. This is the time for you to experiment, to try things that you've always wanted to try, maybe go outside your comfort zone a little bit and really just try different activities, whether that be soccer, drama club, whatever you're interested in. This is not the time to get committed to something. This is the time to just explore what you want to do. Going on to 10th grade, do we have any sophomores here? All right, cool. So 10th grade is really the time where you want to start to narrow down your list of activities. So, ninth grade was the time where you were experimenting, trying different things. Now's the time to really narrow down your interest. And that is incredibly important because what you're going to want to start doing is committing to those activities and really starting to demonstrate, go out for leadership positions, really show kind of that next step level of involvement in your activities. The one thing that I always like to just remind students about, though, is that, even if you're really involved in sports, really involved in, whatever, the most important thing that you can do for your college application is to focus in on your GPA. So try not to, overwhelm yourself too much that you don't have time to study and really focus in and get good grades. So Going on to 11th grade, the big thing that I like to tell kids to think about right now is that quality versus quantity is really, really important. Yeah, juniors, absolutely. Where are you at? This is the most critical year of your high school career. One, this is the year that college admissions counselors are going to be looking at the most closely. They're going to look at what you're involved at. They're going to look at your GPA, what you've done this year. This is the year that's the most critical. So during this year, this is definitely when you want to pursue leadership opportunities. So that means that like if you are involved with like any sort of clubs or any sort of activities, you want to think about ways that you can really, get involved in a way that makes sense to you. So maybe that's become going out for president of that club. Maybe that's organizing something special with that club, but it's really time for you to get involved as much as possible, because what you're going to want to do is be able to reflect upon these experiences and be able to talk about how they impacted you, what sort of influence they had. And it's a great time for you because maybe one of these activities will influence what you major in college, what you talk about in your college admissions essays. This is really the key year that, you just want to make sure you're getting as involved as possible. Now, I am someone that's a super organized person, but I'll be the first to admit that in high school, I really struggled with that. So one of the best things I could also tell you to do is really take the time to record and reflect on your activities. This is incredibly important because, as I said, one of the things you're going to want to do is you're going to want to talk about your activities and the impact they had on you when you are writing your college admissions essays. So if you have to think really hard about it or you don't remember the details, that's going to make it, really difficult for you to sit down and put pen to paper for these essays that you're going to have to write about. So take the time now to really, record, reflect. Maybe that's writing in a journal. Maybe that's, as we'll talk about soon, using a free app to organize your stuff. You can do all sorts of things to just keep track of what you've done so it'll be easier to recall upon it later. Now, going into senior year, this is kind of it, right? I think one of the most important things for you guys to know is anyone going into senior year? Is anyone a senior this year? Anyone? Okay. I think probably the most important thing to know is that this is the year where you're going to, of course, apply to college. And one of the most important things about that is filling out your applications. And if anyone is familiar with the Common App, the Common App will require you to list a ton of details. You're going to need to know the number of hours that you worked on an activity or participated in an activity per week. You're also going to need to know the number of weeks per year. You may also have to provide documentation on who was your coach or who was your group leader. So you need to be ready with those activity details when filling out the Common App or other applications. So that's really important to start gathering all of that information up if you don't have that ready. The other thing that we really like to encourage during this year is to, if you haven't done so already, really get to know your coaches, teachers, and mentors and start thinking about the ones that are going to write you really good letters of recommendation. In general, you're probably going to need to have between 2 and 3 letters of recommendation. And it's really important that you choose people that know you and would write a really positive letter of recommendation that would help you stand out. I think the other thing that's so important about your senior year is that it's your senior year. You are never again going to be a senior in high school. And I think what's so special about that is when you go to college, you may not be able to or have time to participate in all of the different activities that you did when you were a high school student. I know myself, I played sports in high school, and I really didn't play sports after I graduated high school. And looking back on that and being part of a team, that was a really special time. So take that time, cherish it, spend time with your friends. You know, like I said, you're only going to be a senior once. So we talked about at the beginning how we were going to talk about being a standout and really putting together a list of activities that make you special. Because as we said before, SAT and ACT are kind of weird right now. You know, they're being canceled because of COVID. A lot of schools are going test optional or even test blind. So your activities are really what helps you stand apart from the crowd, right? Besides your GPA, besides the honor courses, AP courses, IB courses you're taking, your activities really tell your story. So I'm going to turn it over to Joanna right now because we want to tell you how you can really stand out against the crowd. And that is incredibly important when you are crafting this personal story about yourself to really stand out against everyone else.
Thank you, Elena. I'm really excited to talk about this kind of next part of the presentation because a lot of people know and can think about like being in a sport, and I'm going to be that captain. I want to be a leader in my sport and doing all of the extracurriculars that are involved in your school. But with COVID, some of your activities have been canceled, and with you know, everybody can go out for being a president. What can you do that's unique and different than other students? And I want to share two examples of some students that we've personally worked with that have done some amazing things to stand out. The first is this APUSH meme account called APUSH It Real Good. If you are taking AP US History and you want to know more about APUSH, go check her out and follow her. She has an amazing account where she teaches through making history memes, which is kind of really cool and very innovative. She actually used her account, grew her account, partnered with some different brands in the test prep industry, and then actually wrote her college essay about this account and about her experience monetizing and being able to basically get paid to promote people and be this mini influencer in the AP US history space. And that got her into the University of Pennsylvania, where she is right now and succeeding and doing amazing. So it's just really a good example of someone took something they were good at, right? She was great at making memes. She knew AP US history really well, and she turned it into a social media account that made an impact and helped her get into her dream college. I also want to talk about this amazing organization called Code Hers. Code Hers is a group of female engineers. They were high school students and early college students. During the pandemic, they thought, wow, there really aren't a lot of great free resources to teach specifically teach women coding. Now, anybody can take their classes, men or women can take their classes, and high school students or older people, but they basically created this whole amazing program where you can actually learn how to code. And they're high school students and early college age students. And they're the ones who've graduated are at Columbia and NYU and some amazing, amazing schools. And we're basically able to take the knowledge that they have in their heads, the things that they're passionate about, and turn them into an amazing activity. They didn't rely on their school or their parents or anyone else to make this for them. They kind of took a leap and figured out how to do it on their own. And what's amazing with TikTok, with YouTube, with Instagram, with all kinds of sites that can help you build websites, you can really take something that you're passionate about and build it into a platform that can make you stand out from the crowd. Imagine being you're working in admissions and you see this essay and someone's like, I have this Instagram and I have 11,000 followers. Then you can go check out that student's Instagram and be like, wow, she's really doing something. I wonder if she'll come do that on my campus. And I do know that all of these people are contributing in these ways at their actual colleges and in their college campuses. So really, how do you take that and how do you figure out how you can stand out in a different way? I think you should take a minute and think about what you're passionate about. What do you love doing? Are you a musician? Are you a writer? Do you love to code? Do you love sports? Do you love to garden? Whatever it is, like think about what you're actually passionate about. And then think about like how you can actually go above and beyond some of your peers to use your passion to make that stand out. As an example, if you love animals, instead of just being a volunteer at a vet clinic, you could organize a pet adoption or organize a fundraiser. If you are a gamer and you love games, what if you started a podcast that you review games and the best tips or strategies for particular great games? You could write a blog about a specific game and have all of like the cheat codes to different levels and how you do the best on that. I think you can really find some very exciting things to do with the things you're already passionate about. Rather than try to do something you think a school will think is impressive, think about what you love and how you can turn that into a fun passion project, which is kind of fun because how do you keep track of that? Is something you want to think about. And that actually leads us to Elena and I's passion project. You can still have passion projects when you are a grown-up. So when you're in high school, you should have passion projects. When you're a grown-up, you can, because Elena and I have full-time jobs, but we've also developed College Tracker, which is what we want to share with you guys today, because it is a way that you can take all of these amazing things that you've done and actually track them in an easy app to be able to use that. So this is kind of the interface of the app. It's really simple. You sign in, you fill out your profile, and then you hit that little purple plus sign to start adding your activities. When you get to your activities adding screen, it's going to ask you all of the questions that you're actually going to need to know for the Common App. So when you fill out the Common App your senior year, Elena was talking about how you get asked all of these very, very detailed questions about your activities, like how many hours you did, how many weeks per year, all of this kind of nitty gritty stuff that's really hard to remember. What this app does is allow you to track it as you go versus actually making you having to remember it, put it in the notes feature on your phone, have like a random notebook with like all of your scribblings. You can actually just keep them all in this app. And what's really interesting is the Common App only allows you to pick 10. So you pick 10 of your top activities to put in here. So what you can do is as you fill out College Tracker, as you go through, you can add notes, you can add pictures, you can keep track of everything. When it's time to sit down and write your application, you can go through, sift through, and pick the top 10 that you actually want to end up putting in your application. So you can use it to evaluate. The other thing that you can use this for is thinking about writing your college essay. So as you're actually brainstorming your college essay, you can look back through the app, look at all your activities, your notes, and think about what pieces you might want to use to frame your actual college essay. So this is 100% free to download. If you go to the collegetrackerapp.com, there's links to the Google Play Store and the Apple Store where you can download it 100% for free. We'd love if you guys would check it out and start using it. And you can even you can send us a direct message on social media and tell us what you love or hate about it, because we are planning on doing future development to make it even better over time. Now I see a question about what are the requirements to do volunteering. That really depends on the group you're volunteering with. I think what you should do is look at some of the local places that you might be interested in volunteering and call them or email them. They might even have a volunteering section on their website that tells you what you need to do to apply for their volunteering program. A lot of time it's just time. They might have an age requirement, like if you're working with a specific group of people, you might need to be over 16 or something like that. But a lot of times you need time, and then they'll take you as a volunteer because a lot of places are looking for help.
Yeah, I'll add that there really are no in general, no schools will really require any sort of volunteer hours. Now, sometimes your high school may have some graduation requirements where you have to have a certain number of volunteer hours to graduate. So it is a really good idea to get out there and see if you can find volunteering opportunities. There's a lot of great websites out there, like volunteermatch.org is really handy to find opportunities based upon your zip code. And in general, like, volunteer organizations are always looking for people to help. So there are lots of ways to get involved in your community. Joanna, there was another question too about letters of recommendation that maybe we can hit on. So really good questions about letters of recommendation. One being like, everything, if you're doing school online, it may be really hard right now to connect with your teachers. I totally hear you. I think even as adults, we're working remotely now, and it's really hard to connect with people. The best advice we can give you for letters of recommendation right now is to try to make it as easy as possible for people to write your letters of recommendation. And what that means is that you need to send them maybe a resume, maybe a CV, maybe if you're using our app, you can actually download and export our list of your activities and just use that as an opportunity to make it super easy for them to write about you as a person. Make sure that you offer maybe to schedule a phone call with them, Zoom call, whatever, if they have any questions. And then after they give you your letter of recommendation, just make sure to, thank them and follow up and just show that you appreciate their time, because they will definitely get asked a lot of times to write letters of recommendation, and you'll be surprised how sometimes they don't get thanked. And, if you need something else down the road, they may not be as willing to do it for you. The other question we had about letters of recommendation was whether or not it's okay to get letters of recommendations from retired teachers. That's a great question as well. Once again, shouldn't be any issues with that. I would just say that you need to choose people that know you well and that will write a positive review. So stay away from family members. They're biased. They should be writing you a positive review. Stick to teachers, coaches, mentors, people you're not related to. Maybe even if you have part-time jobs, your employers, those are good people to ask. So, just think about your network, people you interact with often, exclude family, and focus on those to get your letters of recommendation.
So I want to jump in real quick about the letters of recommendation, since you guys are talking about it already. Everything 100% yes. Another thing on top of that to add it to make it even better, speaking from a admission reader's point of view, you want to give your people who's writing you the letter of rec your application. This is a little secret ninja hack for everyone as well too, because most likely your recommenders know you. They're going to say amazing things regardless, right? The issue is they repeat the same things you already wrote in your application, and from a reader's point of view, it's nothing. It added no value to that, which means technically you wasted an opportunity that way as well too. So everything exactly, you want to make the process as easy as possible for the recommender. And I would go one step further. Here's my application. Do not write anything on here. Instead, I have here a few bullet points that you can talk about as well too. So you're helping them as much as possible and tell them not to repeat, because a lot of people just blindly, hey, can you write me a letter of rec like normally? And then they'll say yes, and they'll say amazing things, but the readers already know that because you already wrote that in your application. So it ends up being like neutral value, a missed opportunity.
That's such a good point. I love that. I'm going to steal that one going forward. That's fantastic. Yeah, I think I was never a teacher, but like just getting requests for letters of recommendation, just making it as easy as possible so that they will get it done and get it done on time is probably the best advice just overall. And then I love that tidbit. That's awesome.
Yep.
Kimberly asked about, if you were volunteering at school and, if it stopped because of COVID. That's, I think the wonderful thing about everything that everyone's going through is that you're not alone, right? Like everyone has had their activities at school, out of school, interrupted because of COVID, right? Like I think what you have to kind of challenge yourself to do is to try to think of ways that you can get involved or stand out within what you're able to do. So maybe, you have to think about things that you're doing in the home. That's totally fine. Like, are you helping your parents watch younger siblings because they're at home working? And, while you have breaks at school, are you helping the, younger brothers and sisters? Are you trying to connect online with other people? I think there was a student that we were talking to not too terribly long ago where they had started like an online study group with their peers. You can get very creative with ways that you are interacting with others and then spin it to really, focus on what you've done as a person in this challenging time. There's not any great answer in terms of what you can do. You have to just really examine yourself and what you're doing at home, maybe out in your community if it's safe, and just focus on that, and rest assured that there's a lot of students in your situation. Everyone has been disrupted because of this.
Yeah, something too that I think you can really showcase yourself is by finding a way to teach others, especially right now. I think in addition to helping, like watching your younger siblings, there might be students in your community that need extra tutoring because education is hard right now and students are all home learning at home. So maybe you're helping your neighbors with math, or you're doing an online tutoring group for younger students. If you know a lot about a very specific topic, you can start a blog or start a TikTok channel about it. Like, you might have to think outside the box a little bit and be creative, but that's going to also make for such a much more interesting application than just, oh, I volunteered at my school's program, or I was the president of the Model UN. Like, not that those things aren't wonderful. You can really have some time to get creative and think about some things. And I know there was a question Sonia asked, are there other ideas of things that people can do for passion projects? And actually, I would love if people leave in the comments, like, what are some of the things that you're passionate about? And then we could like brainstorm an idea of what you could actually do with it. I think that might be a really helpful exercise. And if Sonia, you have something you're passionate about, I would love to know what it is. And then we can kind of think together about what you should do with that. And I know there's a little bit of the lag with the comments, but one thing that I think about is, like, if you like writing music, right? You play the guitar and you write music. You could do a whole series on TikTok where you write a new song a day for a month. So you're constantly writing new material and putting it out in the world. And then you have this amazing channel to show to your school in your possible music program to show what you're doing with music. Teaching chess, that's so cool. You could teach me chess, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to play chess at all. And actually, it's very in right now because of that Netflix show that everyone was really into.
Yeah, the Queen's Gambit, right?
Gambit.
Yeah.
You could totally write a blog post, like you can make a blog going through Queen's Gambit and how you can learn it to teach chess, right? Like, you could totally do that. Are there activities that combine psychology, computer science, and social justice? That's an amazing good one. Any thoughts?
Oh yeah. So that's kind of right up my alley, because like I am like really like nerd out with like all of the changes that are happening right now with social media in terms of like all of the legal proceedings and everything that's happening with like Facebook and Google. I mean, the internet is really your oyster here in terms of like maybe you could do some sort of research project about those cases and you could summarize them. You could think of maybe an interesting way to talk about them, and what's amazing is that social media is free. Like, you can do all sorts of amazing things, making videos, making podcasts, making blogs. to really, get out there. And, maybe if that's not your thing, maybe you could do something actually in school using those things and say, hey, I, would like to just do a presentation, do an extra paper on this because I'm really passionate about it. It doesn't always have to be, this social presence either. There's a lot of different things you can think about with that.
Well, thank you guys so much for your amazing questions, your feedback. Today has been a total blast. I hope that you guys go download the app and check it out, use it. You can follow us on Instagram or TikTok to get some more information. You can ask us questions there as well, like send us some DMs. We'll be happy to answer you. And thank you for having us.
Thank you. For DMs, do you prefer a certain channel for that? So I can forward them all to there. Doesn't matter.
I honestly either. I'm on both of all those all the time. So just ask me questions and I'll be there to respond.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much again. That was an amazing session. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. That was wild, man. We had an hour jam-packed full of information. Hope everyone had a blast with that. We're going to go ahead and take a little mini break. I need to use the restroom. So I want to go ahead and do a break. So we're going to come back at 2:05. Where is this? Boom. This is, oops. Nope. I don't have that right. Boom. So 2:05. So not 2 o'clock, 2:05. Give me 5 minutes. And in the meantime, your little quick activity. If you can leave a takeaway from either session. So not even just this one, but from Marco Learning as well too. Marco Learning or College Tracker, leave one. And remember, right up next, we're going to finish off today with one final session. It's still going to be on the topic of activities. So I know we had a lot of questions from that. We're going to continue that conversation. So hold on to your questions if we didn't get to that yet. But let's do a quick 5-minute break. See if I'm back at 2:05.
Always come when I need you. You know I'll be there for you. Where are you now? Where are you now? Always try my best for you. You just know it is true. Where are we now? Can't live with all these lies again. I was building this wall of trust, my friend. It isn't easy when you fight for bringing me down. You know I'll be there, can't you see you hurting me now?
All right, all right, all right. How is everyone doing so far? You guys are all rock star. We made it past the 5 hour mark. We're still going super, super strong here. Let me see the little comments. We'll go ahead and start the next session. This is the final learning session. Actually, there's 2 more sessions, but this is the main learning session, final learning session as well, too. Today, it's been a jam-packed day. We talked about mindset shift, success, working backwards, talking about the stage of college, even working more. Now we're going tangible, right? Talked about the academics. Now we're talking about activities. The two are the main core components of the application. Tomorrow we're gonna finish up, talk about the rest of them. But today we're gonna finish up today by doing a little fun talk. This is definitely a secret insights. My first time I've presented on this topic as well too, so I'm super pumped to this live with you all. But real quick, takeaways from the past 2 speakers. Marco Learning, John with Marco Learning was amazing. I dropped a little teaser for those who are there live, so stay tuned for that. Tons of knowledge, such a wealth of information about the AP test. He's basically my go-to for the AP. And you have Joanna with College Tracker as well too, and they are amazing with all their tips and advice as well too. And today we're going to take their concepts and make it even crazier with this upcoming topic right now. So you can always implement your interest by volunteering, 100%. You never got other for my Chick-fil-A. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna order it after, so in an hour I get to enjoy it. I was debating. I don't know how long it'd take during lunchtime, and we had amazing Q&A for those who were there for the Q&A session. You were awesome. But yeah, so then yeah, that was awesome. So I'll probably order it after this event. I have an hour left. We have actually 52 minutes left. It's been fun. It's been so wild. Shout out to everyone who's been here the entire time without a break so far. All right, next one. Kimberly, takeaway from College Tracker will be giving people who is writing your letter a list. I want to talk about, 100%. That's definitely the super key. As a reader, I've learned that. That's me. That's one of the tricks that I have acquired being a reader and seeing this is basically neutral value, but how can I fix that? I think my time as a reader, that's what I basically explored, right? My years doing this, I'm like, all these kids with yeses have this. All these kids with no's have this. So for me, that's why I'm sharing you everything that I know on the yes column, right? So that's basically, I'm giving all that. So hopefully that's helpful for everyone as well too. Tutoring can be helpful for them. 100%. Takeaway for activity is volunteer besides things in school. Find different clubs during this time. 100%. I know how the reason why I really love College Tracker, that will be your biggest issue. Seniors, when I ask them write down the activities, I did this. I think I don't remember when. So freshmen right now start now. 100% start now and start figuring everything out. Juniors now start doing it now because now you have that kind of free time still. But once August hits and you're rolling full steam ahead, right, you're gonna run low on time. So definitely start tracking it now. So definitely College Tracker is an amazing piece of software that kind of puts it all in one spot. You can use Google Docs. I'm gonna use Google Docs right now, but anything you want as well. LinkedIn is awesome, especially if you add if it's up to date. It's super easy there as well. Fantastic. All right. So my topic today is a very actionable item. So a lot of the stuff we talk about theory, this stuff you can learn and in 30 minutes do something about it. That's how I want to make this little section as doable as possible. So majority of it was long-term, start fixing it. This add it today either in 30 minutes or within an hour. You can do this right away and be on your way. Right? So FYE. Anyone know what FYE stands for? That is what FYE stands for. It's a new term I learned from one of my coaches. He was being super real with me one time. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And he was like, FYE. I'm like, what's that? And he used actually the real word for that. But basically, everything we're saying are excuses. I'm gonna be super real with everyone, as I was real with my seniors this past year. So if you were working with me, you guys know how I am, right? People who are saying I can't do stuff because of the pandemic, I'm stuck at home, right? All those make excuses. When you make excuses, you are a loser, right? I don't associate myself with losers, right? all the winners I knew this past year, they're like, uh-oh, we have to be at home. What can I do now? Right? So instead of twisting it, instead of saying, I can't do anything now, you're going to switch it to, what can I do now? Bit subtle switch. And also, it's like the theory of life as well, too. Anywhere you go after this, either college, career, anything as well, too, right? There's always opportunities for you to switch the script. Either you can say, oh, I can't so-and-so. Oh, whatever. Oh, it's raining now. I can't do so-and-so. Right? Flip it. Okay, it's raining. What can I do instead? Right? What can I do this and that? Right? Even practical life, under life lesson right here, right? I run an after school program. I'm actually on the second floor of my after school program. For you to have after school, right? Kids have to go to school. I'm in California. Those of you in California, you know, we are shut down. Unlike all the other states, Texas, I know it's open now and all this, right? Florida has always been open. California is still shut down. We haven't been open yet since last March, kind of thing, right? But did I make excuses? Oh, I guess I can't do after school, right? If I can't do after school, that means what? Oh, it means people are going to keep canceling all their contracts, which is I have no money coming in, which means all my employees, what do I do with them, right? No, I cannot make excuses, right? So I found the way. Okay, cool. I cannot do what I used to do. What can I do now? Right. So it's basically, what can you do now? For me, I'm like, cool, let's do all day camps. Parents still need to work. Right. Let me run all day camps. Boom. All day camps. That lasted a while until next thing. All right. Summertime now. I guess school ended early. Let's jump to summer camp. Right. Then the state came down and said, hey, you can't run summer camps with so and so. I'm like, cool. I adjusted it. Right. Did this. And then every time they came and said, you can't do this, did I say, okay? No, I said, okay, cool. Now what can I do? Right? I can't use my vans now. I can't use my buses now. Cool. Let me try this instead. I can't go on field trips no more. Okay, let me do this instead. I kept figuring out solutions. And that's the mentality I need all you, because you're here. You are going here 5 hours strong. This is when real Coach Tony comes out, right? To yell at you in your face to make sure you don't make excuses for everything's going on, right? Because this is how you stand out. This is the real reason how you stand out, not only in the college application process, but in life as well, too. If you want that promotion, you have to earn that promotion versus like, oh, let's do whatever. That's a make your own doors and walk through those own doors. So the topic of today, right? The most practical one of all, right? Last March, everything shut down, right? Academics kind of stayed, right? You still are doing distance learning school, right? So school is now just online school. Agree? School became online school. But the one issue that happened, though, what happened to your clubs? What happened to these clubs, right? And I saw a lot of it in the comments today, right? A lot of it in the comments, like, it got canceled because we can't do clubs no more, right? We can't do school canceled. And here, going back to analogy before John came in, right? The lesson that as a reader, this is the most practical lesson as well, too, right? There's 24 hours in a day, right? 24 hours a day, right? I'm going to assume you sleep for 8. I'm sure it's not true. I'm sure you all sleep a lot less than that, but, or more, either a lot less, a lot more, right? 8 hours for sleep. You're also 8 hours in school. This includes homework time, doing homework. Same thing again. I'm sure if some of you spend more time doing school, some school doing whatever else as well too, right? The last 8 hours, though, I want to figure out what are you spending these hours doing, and that is the main thing that the reader is looking for. This is what sets you apart from everyone else. Because do you agree that 2 students can have the same GPA, right? 2 students can have the exact same GPA, but their activities can be completely different, right? That's why I don't put as hard of an emphasis on the academic side. I've never put a hard emphasis. I'm like, do well, either show upward trend, plateau, take as hard class as you can, try hard, blah, blah. I focus all kids on this section, the extracurriculars and the essay. Both of these are the 2 main ones, right, for that, okay? So my question going back to you is, what can we do in this section, right? Activities. And I think College Tracker talked about a little bit of this, right? So there's a few sections that extracurriculars or activities falls under, right? So you can think about a few ways, right? So one way is awards. Anyone here compete? Anyone here does any competition? Assume normal life, normal, like normal world, right? Normal world, compete, decathlons, sports, other forms of competitions, robotics, right? Competitions, right? That's one way to do extracurricular activities, right? Another way to do it is volunteering. I know we talked about this a lot. Oops, my font's too big. This is 70, right? Volunteering, right? Giving back. I know if you're part of Key Club, they're really big on volunteering. Tons of community service organizations do a lot of community volunteering. That's awesome. Again, a lot of them shut down because of everything, right? So that's one. Work, right? Does anyone here work at all? Right? If you're 16 or over, some of you might have to work, some of you don't have to work, right? It's not a good or bad thing if you don't work or not, right? But for me, I had to work right away, right? I had to take care of my parents, take care of myself as soon as I can. So when I hit 14, start working right away for me, right? If you do work, you can add that as well too. Something that she mentioned, which I love, that she mentioned, family, right? People might not think of this as traditional work, right? Not as traditional work, but it's still work though. You're still taking care of someone else, either your siblings or even grandparents or aunts and uncles who are they're like too old and they need help as well. Too. Your parents are working, for example, or it's just you. Kind of you gotta figure it out, right? So work can be official, like paid work, or it can be unofficial work as well too. That's another one. I know there's programs, special programs like schools offer like UC. I think it ended though, but the UCs offer a program called Cosmos, right? UC Cosmos, where they get to come and learn about STEM topics for like a week or 8 weeks or something, right? Those type of special programs, academic enrichment programs, they count under here as well. Okay. And then there's also random extracurriculars, right? Extracurricular activities like your clubs at your school. But that brings us to our current question, right? Real quick. Grace, research, how does it count? High idea where we get into it. It's an awesome question. Ask me in 15 minutes, right? Going back to over here, right? How do we stand out in this section given the current state now? And here's my tangible tips for you, right? What's the purpose of the activity section, right? Think back. As a reader, I'm trying to figure out how are you spending these 8 hours, right? You're spending these 8 hours in some capacity, right? Remember, another thing we're trying to figure is demonstrate interest or passion, right? So in this 8 hours, I'm also trying to figure out what do you enjoy, right? I think they talked about the word passion project. I never liked that term ever. I use Chase Happiness. Whoop. Chase Happiness is my term for that. Same thing. Everyone calls the same thing. Tomato, right? But how do you chase your form of happiness, right? And she gave a lot of amazing examples. I'm like, oh, I might as well just start my talk after her as well too. But she gave tons of practical examples for you to do stuff right away, right? Here is the topic that I'm going to talk about today, right? So this whole thing is you're doing something, right, to give back or to further your interests, right? Clubs is the easiest way to do that, right? Traditionally, right, normal world, you guys have club meetings. You have club meetings, you meet with a few people who are interested in whatever that thing you're interested about. You have meetings, you do things or whatever that thing is, right? Either that's like volunteering for Key Club, that is like putting on events for like ASB, or it's just talking about certain things like my school had something called Gamers Club where we just came together and talked about games, right? You did something with that group as well too, right? And right, you're pursuing your passion. I enjoy leadership stuff, so I did ASB. If you liked chess, she gave an example of chess, right? You like chess, you can pursue playing chess games with other people in your team as well too, right? The one thing technology taught us this past year, from 2020, 2021, we are moving very, very, very fast, right? And those who are early adopters either win hard or lose very hard as well too, right? One or the two things. I like to always think I want to win hard fast, right? As much as possible, right? So right now is the perfect opportunity to do this stuff, right? So I want to introduce to the topic of virtual clubs. I know some of you mentioned that your school offers it, but I'm going to take it one step further as well too, right? So the concept of virtual clubs is a term that me and my team created this past year. A few of the students actually did it this past year as well too, and they are loving it as well. But here's how virtual clubs can accomplish everything that the activity section is really looking for, right? So the concept of virtual club is just taking a normal club that you would think normally, but convert it online, right? And then have you ever thought about why can't I do certain things online? Sports is a little hard, right? Sports is a little hard, but besides sports, most other clubs you can think of, you can shift fully online, right? Same thing with like a lot of meetings, right? What this past year taught us and taught all the business people is that we don't have to physically drive an hour, drive 5 hours, take a plane, it's not to meet people. We can do it through Zoom. So what's the point of like doing all this stuff, right? Same thing with this. Once you truly understand the power of virtual clubs, there's technically no need to do it the traditional old way as well too. And right, she talked about the way standing out. How many people actually have virtual clubs right now, right? So for me, this idea came about for me as a college reader, right? How can our students stand out the most in something, right? Given the whole world situation, right? That's when the concept of virtual clubs was born, right? So virtual clubs are basically clubs that you do, but they're hosted completely online, right? So you host everything completely online, right? You have virtual meetings, right? You have virtual meetings. You do everything virtually as well too. And here is the thing that makes this different than all the other school ones, right? With all the ones in your school, can other schools join them? Yes or no? Right? Can other schools join them? Yes or no? And the biggest answer I hear most of the time is actually no. It's school specific, right? But if you think about the idea of online, right? The internet connects everyone all in one central spot, right? So would you be happy saying that like, hey, I'm hosting, let's do chess. That was a great example she used, right? Let's say chess virtual club, right? Hey, we have a chess virtual club. We meet every Monday at 6 p.m., right? And it's 2 hours long, for example, and that 2 p.m. 2 hours long, right? And then each day we play chess online with everyone to get better, right? Can you play chess online now? Yes, right in the comments. Yes, right? We can play chess online now, right? So there's always ways around certain things. So you're playing chess, you're getting better, you're pursuing your passion, and the concept, because it's a virtual club, who can join your club? It's open worldwide, right? The biggest thing about awards, so this idea came from the idea of awards right here, right? When you guys compete, right? And those who do compete, make sure you add this in your application as well too. Those who compete, right? You add the context of that group, of that competition, right? It was a class competition that I won, or it was a school competition I won, or it's a city competition I won, a state competition, US competition, or a world competition. You see how each of those, when you add the context, you're like, whoa, because a world competition is the context is a lot more than just I won an award in my classroom. You get it? I did something in my classroom versus I did something, I placed, whatever, it doesn't matter. I placed something in the world, meaning everyone in the world, 6 billion people, right? I placed this much, right? Context was huge. That's why once I realized this concept, I worked with a few students on this as well too, because every single virtual club is a worldwide club now, right? We have students right now. Actually, anyone from not United States, can you message, comment? Oh, it's probably like 2, 3, 4 a.m. for you all. Sorry about that. But if you are here by chance, can you let me know where you're at in the world? Because I looked at data from everyone who enrolled in this event alone and the people in the current event as well too. We have literally students from every single continent, I think except for Antarctica. Every single other continent is represented inside of the unfair event. So how impactful can you say, hey, I started this club worldwide, with students from all across 7 continents. Think as a reader real fast. As speaking as a reader, right? Pretend you're a reader, now put in your hat. And that's how you explain the group that you created. I created a club open with students in 7 different continents, or students from 20 different countries are involved every single week doing this. And it's part of your passion. And if you can leverage it, exactly what your passion is as well too, all of your interests as well too, right? Like we talked about earlier. If for me, I love wrestling, right? Yeah, y'all saw my YouTube feed. Or I love WandaVision. I'm sure people here love WandaVision well too, right? I started a virtual club about WandaVision, this and that. Does it have to relate to my career? No. Does it have to relate to my major? No. Right? But what does it show for the readers? Right? It shows demonstrated interest. You're interested in something, right? You're passionate about something, and context-wise, what were you able to achieve? I was able to hit this many people with this club, right? So the concept of virtual clubs is a thing you can actually start right now. You'll get a lot of people really fast just because it's a new idea. New ideas grow fast, and it's all about wording, right? That's one thing I'll chat a little bit more about tomorrow in the college admissions, everything. It's all down to the word. That's why I tell students, it doesn't matter what you do. It's how you said what you did and how that thing impacted you. That's the most important thing. If you're following me, say yes in the comments. I don't want to get hyped alone, right? If you see how big this can become, right, for you, say yes in the comments, right? So moving on, how do you make it happen? I'm gonna show you how you make it happen as well too. Since you're right here, I'm gonna give you guys whoop. So there's a community that we are creating that I'm going to close down after this weekend as well too. There's a community that I'm going to close down, so you all get first dibs. And Aditi, that's an amazing question. I'm going to answer that as well too, right? So there's a community that we created, right? We've been migrating and we found our permanent home, right? It's here. It's called The Unfair Advantage. One of our hosts of our event as well too, right? Virtual clubs, right? We have a few people who are starting their own virtual clubs right now, right? You promote it in here, OB clubs in here. You dictate when the meetings are, you dictate when all these things are, right? And the question Didi asked, how will you advertise like this? I will advertise for you. Every student who goes through me will get invited into this program right here. And because they get invited to that program right here, and I push them through here, right? The biggest thing is like branding, right? If you start a club, you might not have trust with anyone. But if I tell them, hey, you should join chess club with Aditi's chess club, do you think people will join Aditi's chess club? Right? Right. And I want to give you all first dibs at that. And with this, I'm only going to do a limited amount of clubs so I can fully support you in this as well too. So I can help you grow this to make sure it's a huge thing as well. So this is open to the first, I don't know how many spots we have open here, but the first many X amount of spots until we max out of all the clubs that this software can handle. And then I'll grab more. And I'll work with that group to make sure you grow a big group as well too, because like, I'm just curious, how big is the biggest club in your school right now? I'm sure it's like Key Club or something, Key Club or ASB or something, right? That's the other thing, right? Context. Let's say if you can message that the biggest club in your school, but let's say it's like 50, right? My biggest club is 50 people, right? This event has 1,000 people enrolled in this event. If even 10%, that's 100 people, right? And they join this group as well too. We can funnel them in, right? And just think, for me, 132 holds up. That's a huge group, right? But do you think by hosting a virtual club, you can have more than 132 people, right? That's something I would definitely add in the blurb as well too, in the extracurricular blurb, in the Common App or UC app or any app, right? This club I created has over 200 members worldwide, 300, 400, right? There's no limit to the online space. School, you're limited by your school, even like the biggest school possible, right? You can only have so many people versus the online space is endless, but you have to do it correctly though, Okay, so that's what my invitation is today. I'm going to send more information about this tomorrow. I didn't have it ready. My apologies, but I'll send more information about it. The first, it's like basically first come first serve basis on this. But then this is something either you can host it through here, and then the benefit of hosting it through here is I'll help you advertise for it. If you host it yourself, I recommend hosting yourself, creating a virtual club yourself, right, and doing it as well. Fam, the unfair advantage.co. That's the website for those who want to log in right now. Fam.theunfairadvantage.co. I'm gonna make a big push for it now, but if you want to get a virtual club, do it now. I'm gonna, after this weekend, I'm gonna make this community an invite only, so you can only invite your friends into the community, kind of like Clubhouse. If you have heard the app Clubhouse, so it'll be more following more of that format. But that's it for virtual clubs. Who is pumped? I am mind blown how crazy this idea is. But the thing is, this is definitely works with speed, right? The faster you jump on it, the faster it'll go. Because think how fast Zoomed became the top thing, right? It was because speed, right? Eventually, someone's gonna do this, right? Why not it be you? That's just my little thing for you, right? And that's it for this this little session as well. Hopefully that was helpful for you all. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break, get a quick water break. I need a water break real fast, and we're gonna go over the final section of the recap. So that's that. My question for you in the comments, if you can leave a comment of what questions do you still have from day one. What questions do you have for day one? Give me 2 minutes. Actually, let me give you one song. I'll do one song, and after that one song, I'm gonna jump back in for the final session of the day.
Like a ghost out of sight, woke me from dreaming, pulling the scene away, calling me into the night, slowly revealing all that I've kept at bay. Just as a vision takes hold, internet flickering gold, shines a light that's here to stay. Somewhere hidden deep in the unseen, hear the voice that is calling, past the doubt and the confusion. Would you leave for a feeling? No, not sure if it's only just a beautiful illusion. Watch it like out of a movie, showing the way that it could be, moments written in the stars. So all the ways we've been holding onto the place where we're standing, stuck in the mold of who we are. Just as a vision takes hold, every hate, yeah, we're striking gold, 'cause we know who we are. Somewhere hidden deep in the unseen, hear the voice that is calling, past the doubt and the confusion. Would you leave for a feeling? I'm not sure if it's only just a beautiful illusion. like a ghost out of sight. Woke me from dreaming, pulling the scene away.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same.
All right, all right, all right. We have made it to the very, very end of day number 1. Oh man, that is wild. So, welcome everyone. If you are joining us again, or welcome back for everyone else. It's been an epic day. I've been on my feet for like almost 6 hours now. It's been crazy. It's been wild. Welcome to the recap of day number 1. So this is basically the quick recap of the day, and we do a fun raffle at the end as well. So again, the raffle, or for those who want to message, send a text. So for me, I want to do more of these events. I think you all had a teaser of our next event next month, but I want to share this with more students to impact more lives. Is my biggest thing for these events as well too. So if you would like, and if you like to enter the raffle, you have until 2:45. I'm gonna cut it at 2:45 to either to send me an Instagram at Coach Tony Lee, or text me at 714-266-1176. Right? Give me a text blurb, either a video blurb, a text blurb, or a video blurb, a little paragraph or so of like what you loved about this event, what you loved about Coach Tony, wink wink. If it helped you in any way, if you recommend this to anyone else, I'm gonna screenshot these and kind of post them publicly, so we can help more students out with these types of events in the future. But this last recap, we're gonna go through each day, each part of the learning session, give you some takeaways. So if you missed out one or two, this is your chance to recap, and we'll also do a fun little Q&A at the very end as well too. So if we have a little time today, we'll squeeze in a few more questions for today before we go to day number 2 tomorrow, which is day 2 of 2 as well. So let's recap, right? First learning session, right? First learning session is defining your goals is the big one. And for me, I don't stop or start at your college, right? A lot of people came here for like high school, which means their college goals, right? People, you can talk to college counselors. That's their goal for you. That's not my goal for you. My goal for you is to succeed in life no matter what route you take, right? Some of you might even not go to college. That's perfectly fine as well too. A lot of people, a lot of my friends who do really, really well didn't go to college, right? The college doesn't equal success. It just helps with that. Right? So depends on what your ultimate end goal is, right? So figure out that end goal, right? Taking maybe today we had a minute, 2 minutes. Maybe that wasn't enough yet, right? So maybe you like tonight, right? You have next few hours, right? Take the time to like reflect, right? Someone asked for the song that we did the meditation for. The song is called Gain Understanding by Chakra Meditation, right? If you want to listen to that again, right? But then the big thing there is defining what your perfect future is going to be as well too, right? Defining your goals, then imagine yourself in that perfect future, right? And now that you have tasted it, like visually and everything, right? In the future, let's figure out how to get there now. Let's be smart and find the best way to that. And we learn later on, right? Getting to that is not as easy as getting the tools and resources, because getting all this is more stuff to pile on. But I need you to get rid of the stuff that's holding you back, right? Those are your removals, right? With these removals, you can't move forward, right? To get to your end goal, whatever that end goal is for you, right? All of us has a different end goal, right? Figure out the removals, take those things out, right? That makes the path so much easier for you to go, right? But when you have your removals and these things holding you on, and you try to pile on all the best tools and knowledge, I can give you all knowledge. All my friends who come on can give you everything. But if you have stuff holding you back, you'll never ever get there, right? Figure your stuff out first. Take those things away. It doesn't have to be overnight. You're high school students, right? You got to have some fun. It's high school. The best years. I regret. I want to do more. If I go back in time, I go back to high school. Just do more fun stuff, right? Right? Have fun, right? But when things are preventing you from hitting your true goals, slowly scale it back, right? Scale things back. Removals, get to the end goal. Once we figure that out, once we figure the end goal, let's be smart about our path. Do we need to go to college, right? Figure out, reverse engineer the whole process, right? What do you truly want to do in the future, right? Then find the smartest way to get to that future as well. Okay, that might be talking to someone already doing it right now, talking to mentors, doing more research on your own, figuring out what that thing is. You're basically chasing happiness. You're chasing your happiness to get to wherever you want to end up at, right? Then you'll see that, oh, I need to go to college. Cool. We have established that college. Now you got to figure out, what college do you want to go to? What route do you want to go to, right? Do you need to go to college, right? Figure that next as well too. Right? Once you establish, okay, I need to go to college to get to that whatever thing I want to get to. Now, how do we get into that college? Right? How can I get the unfair advantage to get into that college or university? It comes down to academics, right? So you want to GPA, don't worry too much about that. It's all metrics, same thing as your follower count, same thing as your like count. It doesn't matter, right? Trends is the big one, and rigor is the other big one. Pushing yourself to your limit as much as you can, but don't over push yourself, right? Keeping your grades high the entire time, or showing that you know how to show improvement. You know how to fall down, but you know how to get up as well too, right? That's the big thing about academics, right? Take as many academic courses that's super rigorous and honors level courses as much as you can as well. That's academic side. On the activity side, right? How do you spend your 8 hours? I'm going to ask you that same question. How do you spend the other 8 hours of your day? You guys are spending 9 hours with 6 hours with me right now. Awesome use of the 6 hours. Now there's 2 hours left in the day for a lot of you, right? How are you spending those 2 hours, right? That's what the reader's going to be thinking about when you're sharing your activity. So when you don't have a lot, we're going to assume you have a lot of removal still that you're just eating time with, watching Netflix, doing all these things, right? Figure out how to use your activities, right? Your activities should add up to 8 hours per day is what it should be like. That's how you know your activity section is super strong, right? 8 hours worth. There's two things. Consistency is a big one, right? College Tracker talked about it. I'm going to talk about it as well too, right? Continue things for multiple years. Don't just start, end, right? Multiple years. That's big. That's huge. Leadership is the other big one. Right? Not only being in a group for several years, but growing in your role as well too. You're just a member, then you're secretary, then you're vice president, then you're president, right? Different factors in that as well too. You want to do both, right? Questioning the thing about or versus and, right? Do I take regular classes and get good grades, or do I get AP classes and get worse grades? No, you want and. You want to take AP classes and get good grades. Right? You want to do consistency and leadership, shifting that to and. Okay. And at the end, right, being an early adopter wins a lot of the time, especially now in such a weird time. People are so confused. People have no clue. People make excuses. FYE. That's my new motto in life right now. FYE, especially this whole thing, running all my business. My businesses are literally all shut down. Right? The industry that I'm in is all shut down, right? But I had to figure stuff out. And how bad, it comes back to how bad. The reason why we started off with that perfect future is how bad do you want that perfect future? Because if you don't care, what's the point of doing all this work? Right? There's no point at all. I just enjoy life then. Do regular stuff. But if you know you're here to make a difference in the world, right? To do a bigger thing than just yourself, right? You'll take the efforts it is. For me, that's why I'm here right now. Right? I know I can just help a few students, right? But I know I want to impact a lot of students. I have a difference to make in this world before I leave, right? That's why I'm putting these free events. I'm planning on throwing at least 12 events this year. Same format, different topics though. So it's always different, right? My way of giving back. And I just want to help more people out. So that's all day one. Day two is gonna be so much more fun, right? We're gonna talk about the practical side of things, right? Here's all our theory. Tomorrow's all practical. Wait, the virtual clubs is practical too. Those who want virtual clubs, fam.theunfairadvantage.co, right? Get your applications in. But tomorrow's all practical. Hopefully you enjoyed. That was your recap of day one. Hopefully that was fun. Anyone feel motivated, empowered right now? Let me know in the comments. If not, no comments means everybody's sleeping. Right? It's easy with the crowd. They can like head nod. You know, I have no crowd today, so I can't react off of silence. All right, we have a few questions in the comments. I'm gonna go ahead and answer them as well too, and then we'll go ahead and do our raffle as well. So, first question I see is, I can't join tomorrow. Is that okay? Remember, so one thing I did, one of my free things I did, I gave everyone the VIP experience added on to their program for his very first event, just to show everyone what the VIP experience is like. So you all will have access once we finish both days, we'll edit the videos and send out the official recording. So if you miss it, you won't be eligible for the live stuff like the raffles and stuff. But life happens, right? And you have other priorities as well too. So definitely we'll say the replay so you don't lose out on the content part of things. That's that. But those who are joining tomorrow, tomorrow will be March 7th, 9 a.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Pacific as well too. Or for my East Coast folks, 12 p.m. Pacific, long day. 12 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern as well too. And in other time zones, you can convert your other time zones as well. So hopefully a lot of you have made it through the entire day. You are super rock stars. Virtual high five. Same thing tomorrow as well. Let's do it 2 days in a row, right? Let's do it 2 days in a row. All right. How do you prepare for EOC's test that you may have forgotten? What is an EOC? Abigail, if you can remind me what an EOC is, or not just tell me what an EOC is as well. But for a lot of stuff that you have forgotten, it comes down to practice, right? It comes down to practice reviewing, right? I'm not sure if a school, actually, I'm gonna come back to you to be easier. If you can, actually you wrote it. End of course exam, awesome question. So it's a school, right? That's even easier. If it's a school thing, I ask the teacher, right? A lot of you don't ask for help, right? And then that's the biggest thing I've learned. Once I learned that, I was like, dude, cake, right? You don't sure it's a test for your school, I'm assuming. Hopefully that's the case. If so, ask your teacher, hey, there's a lot of material for this end of course. What should I study? Or I think the better question is, how should I study? Not what, they're gonna say everything, which is a dumb response also. But how should I study for this test? And they'll give you exactly what to do. And a lot of things, a lot of students don't ask for help. If you ask for help, you'll get the answers, right? That's the biggest thing. Cool. When and why do you decide to get a mohawk? I've always wanted one. And then it was a perfect timing during the pandemic. This time last year was when I debuted the mohawk, and then it was great. And then I low-key fell in love with it. So I am actually low-key bringing it back. Once the hair grows, I buzz my head just to feel that again. But now I need to like get the mohawk back. Why? It's different. It's different. And for me, my whole thing is, if you saw a person wearing a mohawk, you look at him, right? And I low-key like attention. So that's me. So I'm definitely bringing the mohawk back once my hair is tall enough, probably another like month, right? And the mohawk's coming back. But then until then, I'm just trying my best to keep it up. But for me, it's like, I like attention. So that's why I'm doing it. I'm loving it. Thank you so much. Thank you. These are all people's. How to join the high school advanced space. It says invitations required. Yes. I am going to unlock that for everyone soon. So just hang on a little bit for that. There's a section. So eventually on the high school, the unfair advantage site, right? There's going to be sections for virtual clubs, and there's going to be an alumni section. So that's basically what the section is going to be about. Alumni of each of these events. So this is the first event, the high school advantage. Next month, we have another event. Next month, we have an event. So each month we have a different event as well too. And we're gonna have the alumni hang out in each one as well too, so you guys can network. I think for me that was always the best part of like going to events, like networking with the alumni who graduate from the event, which you all will graduate tomorrow. I'm super pumped. What's considered good grades to colleges? Yeah, of course. So good grades, A's and B's, right? Even a few C's are fine as well too. I had 2 or 3 C's. I can't remember a few of those. And I still got into all my top schools as well too. So A's and B's would be like where I'd aim for. I'd aim for A's and B's. That's it. Don't worry too much about everything else. Remember, the exact grade doesn't matter. It's the trends. And did you push yourself, right? Did you push yourself to the limit at your school within reason? Yep. Megan, if teachers wrote the letters of rec before you update with the application, won't it be a little difficult to change because they have many students asking them? Yeah, so here's my hack. Do you know it doesn't take long for a teacher to write letter of recommendation? It's usually 1 day, right? Or an hour, if that, right? No teacher takes longer than that at all. So what I would do, here's my little hack on letters of recommendation. If you know you're going to need them for letter of rec, I would ask them, hey, Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, I'm applying for this job, this school. I may or may not need a letter of recommendation for you. Would you be able to give me a strong, positive letter of recommendation? Make sure you ask for strong and positive. I have read one negative one. It's so awkward reading negative ones. But ask for a strong and positive one. They're going to say yes. You say, awesome. Can I send you the information later on? And they're like, yeah, cool. Keep them updated. The biggest thing is communication with them, right? There's never anyone who's too busy. That's real talk. When people say I'm too busy, that means they don't prioritize you. That's like a lesson in life for everyone. For everyone who says, oh, I'm too busy, is that you're not their priority, right? If, for example, I think my buddy left, but if Kenny said, hey, Tony, I need help this weekend, I'm like, done, I'm there. But if it's like, for example, during this event, I'm like, hey, dude, I have an event, I help you after, right? Because for me, my priority was this event first, right? But for, like, let's say, knock on wood, but if something happens to my family, I'm gonna let you all know. I'm gonna put this event on pause and run to my family, right? Because priority-wise, that means much more to me. So everyone has different priorities in life, right? So when people say I'm busy, right? It's not busy. You just don't prioritize whatever it is. So what I will tell them is, hey, I'm looking for a letter of recommendation. It's due on this day. Can I give you all information? The biggest thing is if you give them everything. If a student told me, hey, Coach Tony, here's my resume, here's my application, here's what I want you to talk about in the letter of recommendation, dude, I can crank it out in like 10 minutes, right? Super easy. You make the biggest takeaway from that is make the process as easy as possible for the recommender. That's the biggest thing. If you're like, hey, can you write me a letter of recommendation? Okay, thank you. Bye. They have nothing to go off besides like they have to think a lot. Versus, hey, don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Talk about this. You tell them exactly what to do. Super. I love those people. Those people who do it for me, love it. I always, that's why if you ask me, you have to work with me to ask me, by the way. But if you, like my interns, right? They're like, hey, can you write me a letter? I'm like, hey, what do you want me to say? Talk about this. I'm like, perfect. I'll do it real fast. Boom. Right? But if they say, I don't know, then it's hard. When you don't know for a recommender, it's very hard for them because they have a lot of students, a lot of people they work with. Hopefully that helps. Michelle, will there be recording for this? Yes, Michelle, welcome. So with this event, part of the VIP package is the recordings. If it wasn't, then we wouldn't have it accessible. And those with VIP can get it afterwards, but those not. But we made the call to give it as a free gift for everyone. My gift to everyone for being super awesome for this very first event. Hopefully, nothing too crazy. Are you all enjoying this very first event? Let me know in the comments, guys. Come on, get me hyped up a little bit more. But then, yeah, it's our first event, so we want to do a little nice thing for everyone. We did have 178, I believe, people who did upgrade to VIP. So though, if you're here in this group, just know that we offered you a refund already. So check your bank accounts in a few days. It should be reflected back in your bank account. But thank you though for enrolling in the VIP as well too. Cool. And how do you pick a major for college? Oh, we talk about it tomorrow. So ask me again tomorrow, Michelle. That's actually, I think, the first topic tomorrow, which is super awesome. Right? How to pick a college, and how to pick a major, and how to pick a college is the first topic tomorrow. Very practical stuff, which is awesome. Grace, do you have ideas on how to get research? I do, right? So here is the hack on how to do research, right? There's two ways, right? There's the first way works harder to do. The first way is actually cold email a bunch of professors, right? You will get somebody, right? So you gotta do a bunch of different universities, bunch of professors, email like crazy, boom, 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 right? And you get one, right? Number two, actually, there's the three ways. Number two is you do the same thing, right? Do the same thing. However, personalize each one, right? It'll take more work. So the first one has less work, still work, but less work. For that one, I predict out of 100 emails, you probably get 1 or 2 responses back saying yes or no, is what I'm predicting, right? Number two, you personalize each one. If you know they're doing research already on so-and-so, and it's easy. Researchers love to brag about their stuff. So they're always going to publish their stuff as well too. Just talk about it. Hey, Professor so-and-so, I know you did research on XYZ kind of thing. I would love to learn more. Can we chat? That's how you approach that email, right? For those of you who are doing research, right? Hey, I am, I saw you do research on blah, blah. Can we chat? Or for those of you who want to shadow doctors or shadow people, hey, Dr. So-and-so, I know you do work in XYZ. Can we chat? Can we chat? The biggest thing is can we chat is the biggest thing. Super informal, nothing professional, right? Professional, they know it's off. Super informal there. If you guys want, I can create a template for you all if that helps. But we'll chat about tomorrow. All right, we'll do 3 more questions and then 3 speed rounds, and then we'll jump on raffle real fast. Actually, we'll do 5 questions. The rest of these questions, I'll do the raffle tomorrow morning. I have it all time stamped anyway, so we're good to go. All right. How do you get into internships, right? So one is that you look for them. Oops. Oh, Grace, did I help? Hopefully that helped. Let me know if I didn't. If so, good job. Kimberly, how to get into internship? One, you apply to them. So just look up like internships for high school students. You can find them. Here's my little ninja hack though for getting an internship without an internship being available, right? So internships is basically working for free. You're literally working for free is what the internship is, right? But the benefit of that is you're getting real life experience in that field. So it plays 2 roles. One, it looks good on the college applications, right? But 2, you know exactly what that field's gonna do in the future. So if that's something you're interested in, you'll know right away versus like learning about it, because there's a difference between learning about something and doing something, right? So internship. So let's say you want to do a business internship, right? So let's say you want to do marketing, the easy one marketing, right? I would actually go to company and say, hey, can I work for free for you? Straight up. Hey, here's my experience. Can I work for free? You email like 100 people, at least half of them will say yes or no to you, right? And that's literally what an internship is, right? You do well, and if they have the money for it, they can pay you. That's how it is as well. Cool. Speed round again. How do you prepare for the AP exams? That's a great question, Evera. I'm going to link you back to Marco Learning. Marco Learning has a ton of resources for you for that. But I also want to let you know, tune back tomorrow. At the end of tomorrow's event, I'm going to make a huge announcement about next month's event. And I think Evera, you're going to love. And all the students taking AP classes right now, you're going to love next month's event. I guarantee it. Can we ask now? I have 2 minutes left. Right, real fast. Can I ask now? Yeah, you definitely can say, hey, I know this is very early, right? So very casual. Hey, I know this is very early, but I would really appreciate having you as my letter of recommendation, one of my recommenders for college next year. Is that okay with you? Ask for permission. They say yes, and then cool. I'll update you when it gets closer. Super simple. What should you have to ask the recommenders to write about? Things that you don't have in your application. The reason why I say after is that you submitting like, oh, I forgot to talk about this. Have them talk about that, right? But basically anything else that's new, anything else that you want to show, and we'll talk about this tomorrow as well too, like the perfect applicant. But basically you want to be well-rounded in everything. So any areas you're missing, the recommender can chat about that as well. All right, this has been amazing. How much get opportunity? Thank you. Love it. Can't wait for more events. Very informal. Thank you for my help of ways to be productively procrastinate. Awesome. Super informative. 6 hours has been amazing. Can't wait for day 2. And with that, everyone, we'll go ahead and do the raffle tomorrow morning. I'll go ahead and check my messages for those texts. Feel free to still send them, though. I still would appreciate those. I need a text blurb of how your day went. And then tomorrow, we're going to start exactly at 9 a.m. Tomorrow, we also have a few special guests as well, too. We have the scholarship specialist. So if you're interested in scholarships in any way, they're coming tomorrow. So you're going to ask any question you want about scholarships for them. And I've been working on a special app these past few months, Takeoff. So if you guys have heard of Takeoff or have Takeoff right now, if you're one of those special early access people, Takeoff, my buddy, the creator and founder of Takeoff, is going to be here tomorrow. Takeoff, boop, does the app, right? My buddy's going to be here tomorrow. He's going to chat with you all as well, too. So I'm super, super, super pumped for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day as well, too. If you have any questions before tomorrow, here's my Instagram and here's my text number. I'll see everyone. Have a great rest of your Saturday. I'll see everyone tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. See you tomorrow.